Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this hodgepodge mess, gigantic video essay I'm doing. I'm unemployed and I need to do something to stay productive. And so what's better than to just sit here and gush about one of my favorite franchises, The Elder Scrolls, and specifically the lore. We're going to be talking about the Dawn Era, and we're going to see how this ends up going. The big ups to the Elder Scrolls, unofficial Elder Scrolls pages. They are, in my personal opinion, the go-to place for all things lore related. And I'm very much going to be doing a more abridged. I'm going to be trying to touch on basically everything, but there's going to be some verbiage and some nouns that I talk about that I'm not going to go into overwhelming depth. It's kind of going to be an overview of the high level things that was going on, and even though the Dawn Era, the rules of nature, it works kind of like how time works in The Good Place. If you've ever seen that show, it's like, it's just, if you just write the words Tiber Septum in English cursive, time basically looks like that in the Dawn Era. So bear that in mind when we're going through. So with that, out of the way, I do want to put one more disclaimer of, especially things in the Dawn and Mythic era are not super consistent, I'd say. Like some things are attributed to the Dawn era, some things are attributed to the Mythic era, but the Dawn, Mythic, and First era are notoriously people just aren't completely sure. Even outside of the theoretical living history of the Elder Scrolls, things aren't super clear for everything, unfortunately. But we're going to be touching on a bit of every culture, a bit of every event, and I will, at the very least, if there's a noun that hasn't been said so far, I will at least extrapolate on it briefly in a sentence or two. It's hopefully gonna. This is gonna be a fucking lot. Why am I doing this to myself? Fuck. Let's get started, shall we? So just to reiterate, because time is kind of wonky here, we're just going by we're just going to talk about a bunch of things that happen, and they don't and all of these things happen in no particular order, or they all happen simultaneously. Who fucking knows? Because creation myth bullshit is creation myth bullshit. The beginning. Though the details vary between each culture and religion, all legends of the beginning of existence have been passed down to speak of two entities who appeared in the void. Sithis is the void, void is Sithis, blah 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 blah, although that's debated. Void is basically the space outside of what you see here. It's basically all this black shit in a nutshell. The Akudan legend says Satak, the snake who came before, eventually merged with Akil, its hungry stomach, to create Satakal, the Akudan god of everything. Satakal is considered a fusion of the concepts of Anu and Padme. Elven preferred personifications of primordial forces of stasis and change, respectively. Other dichotomies include Akel, Anual Sithis, and Anur Fodamai. Even the Allmaker, worshipped by ancient Nords, which is literally only just the skull on Solstheim at this point in the Fourth Era, faced a twin force, the Adversary. Regardless of the nomenclature, all seem to represent the dichotomy between existence and nothingness, order and chaos, light and dark. The Et Edda, the original spirits, crystallized in the beginning place, sprung forth from two primordial forces. The legends speak of 12 worlds birthed into existence where life flourished. The interplay of the light and dark becomes creation, but known variously as Arubis, gray maybe. Arena, Supermundus, and Satakal. When the first god Akatosh forms, time begins, and it becomes easier for some spirits to achieve structure and become aware of themselves as beings with a past and future. Their constant flux and interplay create more spirits, and the stronger, recognizable spirits crystallize, like Mephala, Arkay, Yifre, Magnus, Raguta, Mephala, Goddess of Shadows, Daedric Prince of Shadows. We'll get to Daedric Princes later, don't worry, just bear with me. Arkay, God of the Dead, Yifre, Goddess of Nature, God of Nature, Magnus, God of Magic, Rugputa, Ruptga, sorry, I'm pronouncing that correctly. Tall Papa, he's basically the chief deity. Rugputa is Tall Papa is Rugputa. I'm going to call him Tall Papa because it's easier to say, and he's also the chief deity of the Yakuden and Redguard Pantheon. Also, some gods although some people consider that Tall Papa and Arkay are the same, but they're also different. Some others say that they're completely separated. Redguard mythology is all over the place, but it's interesting, deeply interesting. Others remain as concepts. Other spirits between the different interactions between the gods remain as concepts, ideas, or emotions. Their personalities slowly congealing, and then the Anod, a simplified creation myth, speaks of a third primordial force, a female principle known as Nier, who gave birth to the cosmos before expiring. And the Khajiit creation myth similarly associates the beginning of creation with maternal death. Again, every single culture has either similar creation myths or things completely separate from the rest of history. There's the ruinous World's End period. Mysterious realms of existence begin and end. Nords believe that Alduin, the World Eater, destroys the last world in a firestorm to begin the new one. According to Redguard believes, Satakal, the god of everything, periodically consumes all of creation in order to begin anew over and over. The strongest spirits learn to evade Satakal by moving at strange angles in order to stride between the world skins. That could very well be a allusion to things like achieving Chim. We'll get into it. To stride between the world skins that Satakal creates in his wake, a practice that becomes known as the walkabout to the far shores. Lesser spirits are unable to make the walkabout, are eventually consumed. Tall Papa places stars to guide lesser spirits to the far shores, but after numerous cycles, there are too many spirits for him to help. Umaral the Unfeathered is said to have claimed his father, who came from a different world river in a previous Kalpa. Kalpa, in this case, being an epoch of time consisting of the birth, life, and death of a world. The Dawn Era, while being the birth of the new existence, is also said to have been the end of the previous Kappa. These segments of time are sometimes subject to interpretations called dragon breaks. Dragon breaks are basically, in lore, dragon breaks are functionally out of lore, they're retcons. They're basically ways for Bethesda to have multiple different endings of the main line of a video game and be able to have time still move linearly by saying everything happened and also none of it happened. And then everything just kind of congeals. Practically what happens is all of the possible realities break, and then in an instant they all shift back together and things get, people, places, things, events, times, concepts get pushed out of existence to make room for a lot of things all at once, and it's basically the equivalent of having one linear line, and then you have 4 or 5 different lines, and then they all congeal back to one. But in one reality, you had 4 brothers, but in your reality you only have 3. And so, your reality, at least that particular part of reality kind of, was more powerful, so, that 4th brother just doesn't exist. but like people, you and your brothers had like dreams about him, about the possibility of him existing, and you kind of like traumatized a little bit about like the Dragon Break's weird and it's hard and it's esoteric and weird because it's made to be that way because it doesn't make sense because it's supposed to be a way for Bethesda to be able to have all of the shit that happened at the end of Daggerfall, the second game in the series, happen without completely fucking the timeline and having multiple different timelines and picking one because they suck. Regardless, here we get on to Lorkhan's plan. Lorkhan is the god of man. Why is he the god of man? This is why a paidiomanic being, paidiomanic's definition being paidiomatic is also like a being of Sithis, basically a being of change. Pandome is another name for Sithis, the Lord of the Void. Sithis is also the space outside of like this circle you see on the screen, which of like the different like areas and shit. But like it's also can represent beings of primordial force and change. Gods with a paidiomatic basis include things like ancient princes. They represent forces of change. Things of that nature. So Lorkhan, a paidiomatic being, who was at the time a barely formed urge, because if you remember earlier, like gods and beings and spirits were formed out of like the different interactions between the already established, more powerful gods like Akatosh, things of that nature. Lorkhan, among many other names, enters every aspect of Anul. Anul basically being, you know, the soup that that's currently existing, and outlines his vision for the creation of a mortal realm, Mundus, the hub of the wheel in the center of the Arubis. So again, the Arubis, as you see here, is basically this outer ring. Aetherius is the space between is basically the space between the ring of Arubis and the realm and Oblivion. And Aetherius is in between Oblivion, which is like we'll get into what Oblivion is in a bit, but whatever. Point is, yeah, he basically wanted to put the center of like the mortal world here. This is why like so many like gods and beings are so obsessed with Nirn. It's because Nirn being the planet where the Elder Scrolls games take place, the planet of Nirn, the mortal realm. It's because everything in the cosmos is surrounded by Nirn. And he stated its stated purpose is to be the soul of Arubis, a place where aspects of aspects could self-reflect and therefore reach immortality, equaling or even surpassing those who made them. That's another reference to Chim. We'll talk about it. By some accounts, Kinrith was the first to agree to Lorkhan's plan and provide space for its creation in the void. To the Khajiit, Khenarthi is said to be the one who requests the birth of Lorkhaj, and it is Lorkhaj who makes a place for children to be born. I want to remind you that Lorkhaj, like with the exception of those of every most races of that aren't super culturally influenced by the High Elves, revere Lorkhan by different names for the reasons of he is not only the creator of mankind, he's also the creator of Nirn proper. So, you know, the dominoes that would have affected to like allow them to exist wouldn't exist as much. Like some groups worship him more than others. Nords worship Lorkhaj more because he is the progenitor. Like the Nords, he is the the Nords were created directly, and they're the closest genealogical race, closest to Lorkhan. But even like places like the Bretons or Breton society, and even I think on some level the Forsworn too, will hold Lorcaj, or whatever they call him, as a spirit or god or being of high importance. The High Elves hate him because they're basically the racial supremacists of the fucking world, or at least the most conservative amongst them are, and also they are descendant from immortal beings based in Aetherius, and they blame Lorcaj for losing their divinity. But we'll get into that more as we get further down the road. In the Redguard tradition, Tall Papa creates Sep, the second serpent, from leftover scraps of the Satakal skins in order to help him save lesser spirits. Driven insane by hunger and fed up with helping, Sep tricks many spirits into pursuing a shortcut to the far shores. The Great Construction, Many et Ada, the Aedra, the gods. So the et Ada is basically the catch-all, like to read. On top of the Edda being the original spirits, it's also a catch-all to describe all of the gods and spirits of great power that kind of influence everything inside Arubis, in a nutshell. But Many et Edda, the Aedra, join together to achieve Lorcaj's vision by contributing their own power. Magnus serves as the new world's architect when he is told he will be king of this realm. Even Ariel joins the project. Now, problem is that Ariel is king of the Aldmer, and is basically the elven analog to Akatosh. He is the chief deity of most Aldmeri pantheons. Some say Akatosh and Ariel are the same. Others say he's different. It's a scholarly division. He is the soul of Anuiel, who is the soul of Anu, the everything, which is basically Ariel is the derivative of like the first god, basically. Most Aldmeri and Bosmeri again claim to be direct descendants of Ariel. And yeah, it's like I said, because of how when you get to a high level in this world, things are both the same and different. It can get just a little bit wonky. But for simplicity's sake, Ariel is Akatosh. Akatosh is Ariel. If we were living in this actual world, High Elven scholars would be offended by that, but they're also High Elves. Fuck them. And basically what happens is a collection of prominent paleomanic spirits reject the idea and decide to create worlds within themselves using their own divinities, which they could have total control. They are now known as the Daedric Princes. So that is thus creating the connected realms of Oblivion. So if you take a look at this, we are using this graphic. There are other different, like I said, I've been using this graphic for the majority of this video so far. We're just using this as a basis because I have to have something to be grounded in. Otherwise, I was going to start losing my fucking mind. Broadly speaking, the Etheria, the realms of nocturnal Meridas these are both physical spaces that were created. These are all they're both beings and physical spaces. The realms of Oblivion are tied to like I said, to the divinity of the Daedric Princes, and because they are tied to the divinity of the Daedric Princes, the Daedric Prince and their divinity is kind of just one and the same, basically. And the Daedric Princes are not necessarily evil, although some are very much not conducive to, having a conductive life. It's just the reason why the gods of the Aedra are worshipped by most people on Nirn in the modern day. And what the sources of that is because they helped in the creation of these worlds, and the Daedra deliberately chose not to. So it all comes down to power. Like you have gods like Merida, Azura, and I don't know, fucking, maybe Malekith, I guess, who aren't necessarily out and out evil, or might even be considered good by some in some cases. It's just they didn't have a hand in the creation of the mortal plane, which is the anchor of reality, and therefore that's why they aren't worshipped by the majority of people that live in this reality. As ancient forces continued their struggle, the 12 worlds are eventually shattered and combined into one. Nirn, the only survivors, are the Elafei, the ancestors, ancestors of Man and Myrn, the Hist. So they're basically a group of Et Ada, or spirits, that weren't powerful enough to become gods, but they chose to stay on Mundus. They decided to not abandon it, and they remained in the mortal realm to continue making it viable. They're kind of like a mix between, they're depicted usually as elven, but I feel like that's more just because of high elven influence and their kind of supremacist nature. Some stories attribute the creation of the Aedra and Daedra to this time, which is, I'm absolutely going to do that. I also want to note that the Hist are a separate, are their own spirit, or their own race of like highly elevated spirit beings, which also leads to consequences of the possibility that in part of the reason that I think Argonians are able to reproduce with other races, and I think the reason they're able to do that is because all life on Nirn comes back to the Elafei, and like the other spirits that were originally created there, and so that probably the fucking Hist probably did that to make it so it was easier for the Argonian peoples to interact with other races of the world as needed, but who fucking knows? But I think it's just at the end of the day, they just make it work because some people at the Elder Scrolls Online development office wanted to like put their self-insert NPC and have them get railed by a big strung lizard man, so who fucking knows? Point is, the Cyrodiilic Runestones appear, and some scholars later trace the creation of the Cyrodiilic Runestones to this time, believing them to be Lorkhan's birthing gifts to mortals. Runestones being basically the precursor to Standing Stones in Skyrim that you can sometimes find in different places in the video game Oblivion. The morpholiths used in the creation of sigil stones are formed. Sigil stones basically being the things that are sources of a lot of power within the realm of Oblivion, specifically in the Deadlands, the Lord of Mirror's Dagon. Scholars later conclude that a sigil stone is a pre-mythic quasi-crystalline monolith that has been transformed into an extra-dimensional artifact through the arcane inscription of a Daedric sigil. Basically, magical woo-woo extra-dimensional powers from this era that they were created in and the nature of their creation. Hence why Mirror's Dagon was able to use them to open portals in Oblivion the way he did. Right. Adric regrets. Most of the creators of Mundus die or are crippled by their sacrifices. So remember, most of the At Edda were not on the same power level as the nine divines and the other adjacent gods like Y'ffre and people like that. So they don't have enough power to survive. The mortal plane is highly magical and dangerous, and as the Aedra walk, the physical makeup of the mortal plane and even the timeless continuity of existence itself became unstable. They exist as shadows of their former selves, and the new land is a chaotic place where time follows no clear path and decay is constant. Hatred and resentment of Lorcan grows. This is where it gets bad. Ariel begs Anu to take them back, but Anu had filled their places with something else. Anu grants Ariel his bow and shield to save the Altmer from Lorcan's hordes of men. So remember how basically gods were doing basically like total eugenics and shit. The Elophae split into the main group that like split into Mens and Mer. Bear in mind that like time wise, because of the nature of time here, it may seem like a lot, like no time has passed, but it's probably been like thousands of generations and shit. So like people things have been split into Men and Mer at this point. So Ariel gets his bow and shield to save the Aldmer from Lorcan's hordes of men. Ariel establishes the first kingdoms of the Altmer, Otmora, and Old Elenfe. In the Khajiit tradition, Lorcaj tricks his siblings into entering the place for children he had ostensibly made for the children of Nurnai and traps them there. What is Old Elenfe? It's basically another word for Aldmiris, or the Isle of Aldmiris. It is one of the many lost continents of which Mer was said to have originated, and the term Aldmiris refers to the language spoken by the Altmer. We don't really have a whole bunch. There's some traditions of it we'll get into in the Mythic era, but we're not going to touch on it anymore for now. In the Red Card tradition, Sep has spirits assemble and inhabit the ball of Satakal's dead skin's past, but the spirits there begin to die as the ball is too far away from the real world, as Satakal and the Far Shores are too far away to reach it. So basically, we got the Khajiit tradition, the Red Guard tradition, and then like the mainstream tradition. Because of the nature of how fucking wonky time works, and it gets more stable as time goes on, consider, I know it sounds like there's a lot of contradictions here, but just bear with me. All of this is happening congruently, consistently, and it just makes sense. So Magnus leaves Mundus, right? Magnus and those who would follow him, the Magnigi, the majority of the remaining At'Eda that haven't sort of like become mortals and stuff, they basically abandoned Mundus. The ones that chose to stay were the Elenfe. They flee, ripping holes in the fabric of the universe in their departure to Aetherius. The new sun and stars allow for an influx of magic. So basically, the holes that they made porting to fucking Aetherius are basically the stars in the sky, and Magnus is basically the hole he made is basically the fucking sun. Right. By some accounts, Magnus decided to terminate the project, but obviously didn't work. Lorcan is separated from his divine center. Stories differ on whether this is voluntary. Trinamac, the greatest knight of Ariel, apparently knocks Lorcan down in front of his army, reaches in with more hands, takes his heart, undoing the god of mortals. In the Red Guard tradition, Talpapa squashes Sep with a big stick as punishment for leading so many spirits astray, causing his hunger to fall out. So basically, in the Red Guard tradition, there's kind of like a combination of Lorcan and Lorcan and Sep, Lorcan, blah blah blah. But at least from the events of the Elder Scrolls 3, we know that the Trinamac story is the is like the one we're going with canonically here. But at this point, upon the removal of Lorcan's divine spark, rain falls for the first time, and Sheogorath is born. Sheogorath is born because of the Daedric prince's apprehension of Jigalag, an extraordinarily powerful Daedric prince of order. They curse him and transform him into Sheogorath, the embodiment of his sphere's polar opposite. The first secret, according to Khajiit legend, Azura, this is spelled Azurah, not the traditional spelling of Azura, speaks the first secret to master the spirit of the moon and Secunda, and they part, allowing her to transform suffering forest people into Khajiit. This is how the Khajiit are descendant from the old Elonfe. Yfir, here, god of nature, hears the first secret and uses it to transform his own group of forest people into the Bosmer. So this is, to be particular here, the Bosmer in this particular case were just Aldmeris that were living in Valenwood and struggling, and so Yfir used this first secret to gain the power to essentially transform the Aldmer that were living in Valenwood into the Bosmer. Then the sundering of Aldmeri society begins to fracture. Some, like the Chimer, listen to tainted At Edda, meaning Daedric princes, and others, like the Bosmer, soil time's the line by taking mannish wives, basically. So then the hordes of men under Lorkhan or Shor rebel. Shor is the Nordic name of Lorkhan. They take over Atmora, chase the forces of Ariel south to Old Elenfe, Aldmeris, and shatter the land into many. So this was another case of this was like the early cases of this was one of the early cases of man kind of like getting fucking tired of elven oppression, and then that mankind doing reciprocatory violence to their oppressors. So Admora is now a land of mankind, and they had sundered Aldmeris. The Chimer listen to Tainted and Edda, and they basically move out of Aldmeris before it goes to hell, essentially. From here, we have the War of the Elunfe. Nirn, once a large landmass with interlocking seas, is sundered by a war in Aldmeris and the Wanderers. Old Elunfe is ruined, and the remnants of the Wanderers left in the other landmasses, modern-day Admora, Yakuta, and Akavir. Most of the lands of the Hist are destroyed, with only modern-day Black Marsh remaining. Reminder, the Hists were their own race that were populating the land of Nirn exponentially before this. The Skyforge is created at the future site of Whiterun and Skyrim, apparently as some divine effort to render Paradise Mundus. Whatever. Creation of Aldmeri Waystones. The Aldmer develop magical Waystones. Aldmer are now the remnants of the society of Aldmeris, and they are the forebears of the High Elves. They develop magical waystones that point in certain directions, northwest, south, northeast, or south. In the Mythic era, some of these devices are used to aid in their quest to rediscover the lost continent of Aldmeris. So the Velothi dissident movement, we talked earlier about the Chimer and how they moved and how they eventually became the Dark Elves, blah, blah, blah. The lead up to this is in the final days of the Dawn era. Final days, quote unquote, as best as you can describe them. The prophet Veloth deems the culture of Somerset Isle to be decadent and attempts to lead fellow Mer to a new land. This is influences by, the Daedric princes. Trinimac and his followers, Trinimac being the favored, holy, divine knight of Ariel, and his followers attempt to halt this schism. Trinimac is then consumed by Boethia, Daedric Prince of Deceit, to only return after the dawn. Deceit only to return after the dawn as Malakaith. Velothi's people become the Chimer and begin their migration northeast to Morrowind, basically. Trinimac's followers become the Orcs and leave Somerset for the northern region of Hrothgar, where the original 13 clans established their home. So basically, in a nutshell, Trinimac becomes Malakaith, and all of the followers get turned into Orcs, because Orcs were originally elves, which is why they are called Orsimer, and they established the 13 clans in Hrothgar in the north. The Dwemer and the Divine. The Dwemer begin their studies of the Elenfe, specifically the process of the sacred becoming the profane and the means by way to achieve the opposite. What does that mean? That basically means that the Dwemer begin their perilous and eventually race-wide dooming of study of becoming gods. Known by Aminoites swam in the waters of the Etheric Ocean. Etheric Amanis are an extinct aquatic mollusks once native to the Etheric Ocean, only known for the beautiful shells they left behind, although the true origin of the shells is unknown. Consensus among naturalists is that the Amenites predate even the oldest mythic era ruins. Their remains and their shells contain large stores of raw magicka, and they basically Amenites cannot be recharged and suffer from arcane delay, losing potency within a month of being harvested. So, they're basically like big fucking hermit crabs, basically that swim in the Etheric Ocean. What is the Etheric Ocean? The Etheric Ocean is basically the vast bodies of water that encompasses the waters west of Tamriel. It meets the Pandemonic Ocean at North Point and around the Blue Divide. The Pandemic Ocean is basically the vast, it basically surrounds most of Tamriel, and the Blue Divide is essentially the cape between. It's basically where the Somerset Isles meets Valenwood. It's like it's kind of like the English Channel in a way. Think of it as like that between like England and France. But yeah, in a nutshell. The next up we have Convention and the End of the Dawn. So this is kind of like we're leading to the end of the Dawn era here. When Magnus departs and as the world congeals into reality, because all of these fucking spirits and gods are no longer walking the mortal plane, their power isn't fucking everything up and making things all fucky wucky, that things are able to settle, calmer, and be better. The Aunt Edda make a great tower to discuss how to best proceed with Mundus. This is the Tower, is the first unassailable spike of reality in the dawn and one of the axes of creation itself. It is now known as the Draenei Tower, or the Adamantine Tower, on the Isle of Valfira in the Elake Bay. It is, at this convention, the physical, temporal, spiritual, and magical elements of Nirn are set. Lorkhaj is, and this is some Dragon Break mamby-pamby bullshit, is either condemned to exile in the mortal realms or killed in battle leading the armies of men against Ariel and the Aldmer. His heart, impervious to destruction, is cast from the tower or fastened to an arrow, depending on who you ask, and shot into the sea, forming a volcano where it lands, and Lorkhan is left to wander the creation of the Aunt Edda. As Redgar say, he slinks around in a dead skin. Development of mortals now follows slow, comprehensible paths. The progeny of the Elenfe slowly diversify their way back into Tamriel, in which way many of the earliest years of creation have thought to have been inhabited by the Hist. Basically meaning, like, the descendants of the Elenfe start claiming Nirn as their own. The people of Tamriel specifically become the Mer, elves, the Dwemer, the Deep Ones, and the Chimer, the Changed Ones, the Bossamer, the Greater Forest Ones, and the Altmer, the Elder or High Ones. The fracturing of the Altmer along cultural and racial lines is the sundering of all Maris. Contributes to the sundering of Old Maris. The continent no longer exists in any recognizable form, assuming it ever did. Ulurther or Elenfe become the beasts and the humans of Nirn, who eventually split into racial groups, including the Needs, the Nords, the Tamrielic Aboriginals, and the Red Guards of Yakuta. The Elenfe settle basically every continent in the world, and that includes, turning into the creatures and monsters and beasts and races of Akavir. We'll get into them. The tower remains behind even as some of the gods disappear back into Aetherius. The Elenfae sacrifice themselves into other forms so that they can stay and salvage Mundus, and the substance of the world forms from their transfigurations. The parent spirits give way to succeeding mortal races. Some, like Ariel, ascend in full observance of their followers so that they might learn the steps to escape Mundus. Magic ebbed along this divine exodus, and Arubis stabilizes. So, despite what any fucking Thalmor supremacist might tell you, everybody that was here chose to stay. Point. That is basically the Dawn era in a nutshell. You want to know something fucked? The Mythic era is about as long. Sweet Jesus. Fuck me. Sweet Jesus, we're in the Merithic era now. Holy God. So, functionally in a nutshell, this is where time, unlike in the Dawn era, things are a little out of place here, not because time is written like some fuck's name in cursive, like Good Omen, The Good Place. Also Good Omens. It's this way because this was so fucking long ago, and this is in a feudal, albeit magical fantasy world, but like feudal society. So the expectations of historians to be able to successfully document shit and have like enough history lying around to like be able to remember everything is pretty few and far between. So while the Dawn era was a mess because of time being an issue, the Merithic era is a mess because historians of Tamriel suck, basically. And to be fair, the first era sucks too, but they suck less over every era we get closer to the fourth era. It gets better and better and better. So bear with me here, right? So here we're going to be using some naming conventions, right? We're going to be using just like how in our reads we have like BCE or BC or BCE or AD or CE, i.e. standing for before Common Era, or before Christ, and Latin stands for and AD stands for some Latin bullshit. I don't fucking remember. Elder Scrolls has something similar where you have the ME, 1E, 2E, 3E, 4E, standing for Mythic Era, Merithic Era, First Era, Second Era, Third Era, Fourth Era. So we actually have times and dates. There's not going to be perfect dates. It's all going to be like anything that's confined within a date structure. Just presume it's happening around this time period. So don't look for specific things on specific dates. Remember, this is a feudal society. They're fucked. Okay, let's get started. From ME 2500 to when the Draenei Tower was constructed, this is, again, like the closing out of the Dawn era, the beginning of the Mythic era. The last archaeological study of the Draenei Tower on the Isle of Belfiore in High Rock has dated the construction to around ME 2500, the earliest known date in the Aldmeri and Nordic history, making it the oldest known structure in Tamriel. Makes sense. It was basically built by gods as a way for them to have a debate on like whether or not they should nuke reality. They all held their convention at this tower, setting the laws of Mundus and ending the Dawn era. The Aboriginal Beast Peoples, ancestors of the Khajiit, Argonians, and some orcs in some way. There's some crossbreeding. And other beast folk live in pre-literate communities throughout Tamriel. Each have their own accounts of this time period. Scholars surmise that at this time the Khajiit have the predominant culture in southern Tamriel. And you can kind of see that by wandering through Southern Elsewhere in the Elder Scrolls Online. Later, you have the beginnings of Kothringi culture. Kothringi being a be the first human culture in Tamriel. Later findings date the first Corinthian metalwork and cultural exchange with the Argonians and Shadowpan at this time. Fun fact: the Kothrengi were a culture of man, were an early ancestor of mankind that basically died out because of a fucking plague. We'll get there, but they were native to Shadowfen at the time, or not Shadowfen, Black Marsh. Widely, they're part of Black Marsh. The Aldmer leave the doomed and lost Aldmeris, continent of Aldmeris, and settle on the Isle of Auroradon. They later continued to settle the rest of Somerset Isles. According to legend, the Aldmeri folk hero High Lord Toranon, the foresailor, arrives at the location now known as Nine Prow Landing and founds the city of Firsthold south of it. The earliest known depictions of Clavicus Vile also appeared during this period. The crude hand-carved idols in ancient cave paintings depict Clavicus Vile, his mask, and Barbas. Getting into the Middle Merithic era, the search for Aldmeris. Aldmeri explorers, notably Topple the Pilot, explore and chart Tamriel's sea lanes from Somerset. Topple sails north and around Tamriel, up the River Niben into central Cyrodiil, where he acquires the 8 islands, the site what would eventually become the site of the White Gold Tower, from the native Talon birdmen, giving gifts gifts for giving them the secret of literacy. We're just gonna take that at face value because mythic fun stuff, and not pretend like that was probably like, oh, Native Americans sold us this land for some beads, or type of bullshit. Aldmeri explorers mapped the coasts of Vardenfell, building the first era High Elven wizard towers of Aldrodinia, Belfell, Tel Oren, and Tel Mora in Morrowind. The Adamantine Tower is rediscovered by Drenai Cygnus, progenitor of the Drenai, an Aldmeri clan that rose to prominence in the early First Era. Aldmeri continues to colonize Tamriel and stuff. So this is another example of the Dawn era sort of bleeding into the Mythic era. We're just going to take the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages as law here, even though I did earlier mention that some things like here might be going a little out of order. So just bear that in mind. We're in the early aughts of this shit. It's going to not make sense. The Aldmeri settlers of Cyrodiil would later become the first Alaids and remain subservient to the King of Alinor until at least the beginning of the First Year, when the White Gold Tower was established as an independent city-state. The first colonies are distributed primarily in the Somerset Isles and widely along the entire coast of Tamriel. Later, inland settlements are founded primarily in fertile lowlands in central Tamriel. According to Vengalmo's treatise on the Altmer Ascendant, the early Aldmer and Dwemer were significantly more sophisticated than other cultures, displaying power by what could be expected at the time. You can see this in the storyline of Murkmire, where you can see the Aldmeri's armies colonizing a lot of the peoples of different parts of Tamriel. After the Crystal Tower is built in Somerset Isle. Also, the literate and technologically advanced Ultimate cultures drive the relatively primitive beat folks into jungles, marshes, mountains, and wastelands. This will eventually lead to some beast folk devolving into other species of animal. At some point with the establishment of the White Gold Tower, the feathered men of central Cyrodiil disappear from history, only to be replaced by the Alalids, who were quite fond of adorning themselves with feathers. These wild elves, also known as the Heartland High Elves, preserve the Dawn-era magics and the language of the Elenfae, ostensibly a tribute to the High King of Alinor. Cyrodiil was very isolated from the Altmeri leadership. During going into the late mythic era now, right? So the Dwemer expand, a free-thinking, reclusive elf clan devoted to the secrets of science, engineering, alchemy, and technology, establish underground cities and communities in the mountain range separating modern Skyrim and modern-day Morrowind, later known as the Velothi Mountains, according to Aldmeri in more controlled marriage edition. This point in the mythic era is said to be the point where Trinamac is converted into Malekith. So like this is when he comes back as Malekith, and his orcs are resurgent in the area that they settled in their promised land of Residon, which would eventually basically become the Hrothgari Mountains. High Velothi culture thrives. Or rather, I misread that entirely. It was the Chimer that went to Residon. My apologies. And the orcs went to Hrothgar. That was a complete fuck up on my part. My bad. I misread. I'm very tired. I'm stressed because I'm unemployed, and I haven't eaten in about 5 hours. So why the fuck am I doing this? I'm stupid. High Velothi culture, the Chimer culture, thrives in Resdan, which was eventually become Morrowind. The Chimer become a dynamic, ambitious, long-lived elven clans devoted to fundamentalist ancestor worship. Despising the secular culture and profane practices of the Dwemer, the Chimer also covet their lands and resources, and for centuries provoke them with minor raids and territorial disputes. Chimer culture in the late Merthic era, not late middle, the Velothi high culture disappears on Vardenfell. The earliest known Dwemer freehold colonies are constructed. Velothi denigrate into tribal cultures, in which time evolve into the great houses of Morrowind, or persist as Ashlander tribes. Only surviving traces of this tribal culture are scattered Velothi towers and Ashlander nomads on Vardenfell Island. The original the Altmeri abandonment happens, which the original first era High Elven wizard towers along the coasts of Tamriel are abandoned around this time. During the mythic, so about approximately 1,500 years have passed at this point. All of this happened over that point. We are now at the following time period happens of between the 1000 ME and 800 ME, we find the traces of earliest human settlements on Tamriel. Archaeologists later trace the earliest known settlements to High Rock, Haberfell, and Cyrodiil around this time. For centuries, raiders cross the Sea of Ghosts to evade and settle Tamriel. Men are soon predominant along the north coast. These are the Atmorans and will eventually become the Nords. Fundamental changes in Iron Orc civilization occur. After continued aggression from the needs of Crag Lorne, the once peaceful, shamanistic society of Iron Orcs changes into one of barbarism, choosing warriors, miners, and smiths over their peaceful jobs. They now defend their homes and places of worship through an almost bestial ways of warfare. The Proto-Nords, and here we have the return. The Proto-Nords and their final migrations of Admora settle in northern Tamriel. The Nordic hero Ysgramor, progenitor of the Companions, leader of a great colonizing fleet of Tamriel, develops a runic transcription of Nordic speech based on Elvish principles, and is the first human historian. Ysgramor's fleets at Asaric's Head, at the extreme northern tip of Skyrim's Broken Cape, basically almost Winterhold, and build Sarthal nearby. Elves drive the men away during the Night of Tears, but Ysgramor soon returns with the 500 companions and establishes human dominance in modern-day society. We'll get into this part a little bit later, I think. Or at least we'll talk about it. If we don't talk about it in any of the lead-up, we'll definitely talk more about this in the Fourth Era, once we get to where that'll be relevant. The Night of Tears, for context, is basically when the snow elves that resided in had a vast and rich history and culture, basically saw the humans as like pests and decided to do a culling. And Sarthal was the largest underground city that they had, that the Norse did, and they built it underground because it was cold as shit where they were, and they were used to building underground because Atmora was far to the north and cold as shit. And they basically killed a shit ton of people there because they were both found the humans disgusting, and they also found the humans as not just disgusting, but also they kind of feared how fast humans were able to breed and proliferate in comparison to the snow owls. He brings back the 500 companions and establishes human dominance in modern day Skyrim. This region of Tamriel becomes, I believe, the very first human-dominated area, large swath of territory on the continent of Tamriel. An immortal hero, warrior, sorcerer, and king, variously known as Pelinel Whitestrike, Harold Harry Breeks, Ysmir, Hans Fox, etc., wanders Tamriel, gathering armies, conquering lands, ruling and abandoning his kingdoms to wander again. We'll get to Pelinel Whitestrike later, but this is just a wandering hero of great renown. Is he Pelinel Whitestrike? Is he Ysmir? Many people have been called these names throughout history. We'll get there. The Doomstones of Skyrim. Scholars later assumed that Doomstones of Skyrim were placed throughout the land during this time. Doomstones of Skyrim in question being they're a type of ruined stone found in Cyrodiil. Usually in Cyrodiil, they are marked by red glowing ruins. They are tuned to a specific celestial object, as well as other astronomical bodies. The Doomstones grant great power to doom-driven heroes of significant renown, but appear inert to common mortals. As such, their apparent magical nature was of great interest to the Mages Guild. And it's commonly believed that scholars that the Doomstones are a site of ancient sky-worshipping cults of beastfolk before the ages of man. Remember that tribal beastfolk were very common in the lands of Cyrodiil, which at this point in history is basically jungle filled. So that's it in a nutshell. Meanwhile, Calgronpid and his dragon's conquest of elsewhere. Calgronpid was a dragon who, while dragons were very much in Skyrim and proliferated in the northern half of Tamriel at this point, he takes a contingent of the dragon horde to fly south to conquer lands to have his own power separate from Alduin's rage in Altmora and Skyrim. Rage being a I believe rage being the term to describe a group a very large group of dragons. He then divided into he and his horde go to invade elsewhere and conquer it and have servants and stuff, which was then divided into 16 kingdoms elsewhere and the dragons were tricked into imprisonment at the Halls of Colossus by a Khajiit hero known as the Kunzari and his companions Nuron the Perfect, Philahed the Demon Hunter, Anequia Sharptongue, and Cadwell the Betrayer. We'll get to them later. There will be a lot of... Alright, I'll give you that. Dreams of Song are the earliest known writings and stories emerge among Proto-Nords of a hidden, timeless place of eternal life known as Sovngarde, a magnificent hall of valor built by Shore to honor the departed who have proved their method in battle. So, Shore is the Nordic version of Lorkhaj. This is where, at least in the Nordic belief, this is like the being that inhabits Shore's Hall, the Sovngarde, is the spirit of Lorkhaj after he was ruthlessly murdered by very, very angry gods, Aedra, for making them lose a lot of their power. The Dragon War. At this time, the dragons under Alduin have claimed dominion all over all of Mundus and presided over man in Atmora, and then before spreading further down to Tamriel. The Nords worship them as god and build many temples dedicated to them. Servants and their dragon overlords become increasingly tyrannical, eventually causing man to rebel. Thousands of men die until a few dragons join their fight. The tide turns over their favor, and Alduin is banished and the dragon priests are overthrown. The remaining dragons are scattered and their population is decimated. So Alduin tried to take over all of Mundus. But because his seat of power in Skyrim was broken, the fighting and the wars and the occupations he was trying to do all over Tamriel kind of fell through. And so before he could take over all of it. The Narfinsel Schism, a centuries-long civil war between the more conservative, Aedra-worshipping Aleid clans and the more decadent, vigorous clans that had adopted Daedra-worshipping, begins. It will reach its climax in the First Era, in the 198th year, at the scouring of Wendelbeck. What is Wendelbeck? Wendelbeck is an Aleid ruin, basically at the in the deeper parts of is basically on the northern shore of the Panther River in the Nibene Basin. Nibene Basin is based out of Cyrodiil. The earliest known interbreeding of Hyrox Needs and Ultimer, according to Kosei's Tamrielian Tractus, written in the 3rd century of the First Era. A Nordic hunting party discovered the early Bretons, who had been the product of interbreeding over 10 generations between the Needs and the Ultimer. The Needs, in this case, being a dead race of people. We'll get into them once we get into the Second Era a bit. We are now in the Mythic Era 1. The events of Valenwood culminate into the founding of the Camoran dynasty in year 0 of the First Era. It's also the First Era is also referred to as the First Age. So, a couple notes. Here's some miscellaneous events that can't really be placed perfectly. We have the towers. Other towers of Tamriel are built, including the Orkalak, the Green Sap, and the Snowthroat, also called the Snow Tower. Snowthroat being the throat of the world. Travelers gather celestial minerals, which are used to build many things, including a great orrery at First Hold, great magic from the sky. The Na Tombatu, the royalty of the Yakutans, ancient Red Guards, fight to a standstill among themselves to decide who will lead the charge against the left-handed elves. Who are the left-handed elves? The left-handed elves were basically the Sinstrelmer, or the Sinstrel elves. They were the elven race that inhabited Yakuta. To be clear, man lived everywhere in Tamriel, mostly and all over. It's just the people, but it's just the Mer were the ones that were usually rescindant, and the humans were like the more primitive ones. Altmora was traditionally the only place I think that humans had complete control, because they had basically run off the Aldmeris that had lived there during the sundering of old Ellenfae back in the Dawn Era. But the Sinstrelmer, or the left-handed elves, basically had a giant empire, and basically they were over time what ended up happening is they became the bitter enemies of the Yakutan men. The Yakutans that were men, not Mer. Mer being elves are Mer are elves, or Mer is the are the ones that are descendant from the Aldmeris. The Aldmeris ones of that, the Aldmeris had more influence of the gods and of their development, and the Ellenfae that were more Mer-like, the more man-like, had more influence, were spirits that had more influence based off of Lorkhan's influence, basically. Their vast apparently the Sinstrel elves had an empire 4 times the size of the Third Empire under Tiber Septim. We'll get there. and were in charge of a good chunk of the world. During the Mythic era, Na Tumbatu fought to a standstill among themselves to decide who would lead the charge against the left-handed elves. Their sword masters, though, were so skilled in the best-known cuts as to be matched evenly. Lecky intervened, introducing the ephemeral feint, and a victor emerged, and the war was subsequently declared on the elves. Diagna, an avatar of the Hunding, who brought orcalic weapons to the Yakutans, were instrumental in defeating the elves. The swords of Ansi and the swords of Ansi sent the elves into the ocean before the Yakutans themselves plunged into civil war, which ended with the destruction of the continent. And then a little later, everybody basically immigrated to fucking Hammerfell. Hunding is basically a god of perseverance. Hunding's like another one of the Redguard's gods. He's an avatar of Diagana. Diagana is basically the Orcalic god of the sideways blade. It's basically the sword god, basically one of their fighting gods, and Hunding was an avatar of it and was also a god of basically a battle, just in a nutshell. So basically, since Troll Elves get wiped out, Redguards fight amongst each other. The Redguards fight the progenitors of the Redguards, the Yakutans, fight amongst each other, and basically Yakuta basically sinks into the sea because of how brutal the Civil War was. The Bosmer hunt down the Odd Oak. Tasked by Y'ffre, the Bosmer hunt the shape-shifting beasts known as the Odd Oaks. We'll get into them a little bit later. The Aldmer tried to reach Aetherius via Sunbirds, and Aldmeri Order tried to pierce the veil between Mundus and Aetherius to reach the latter. We do not know if they succeeded. Also, Kodlak Whitemane says that the companions are nearly 5,000 years old, which would indicate that the return of Ysgramor to modern-day Skyrim occurred sometime in the last 5 centuries of the Mythic era. Similarly, the memorial plaque for High King Hrald and Windhelm proclaims him as the 13th in line of Ysgramor, which is referring to generations, which would indicate Ysgramor being alive around the 2nd century before the end of the Mythic era, so hence why the return is put in the late Mythic era. Also because it's much more well documented compared to previous thing. The difference between early Mythic era documentation and late Mythic era documentation is also because of the influence of the fucky-wuckiness of gods still being present on Mundus at the time. Regardless. Moving on. God. I'm not looking forward to this next part. The first era is going to be a lot. Oh boy, this is going to be a lot. Alright, so the Camoran dynasty is founded by King Elaplir. The Camoran dynasty is basically the Camoran Empire. It was a aristocratic dynasty that ruled Valenwood for much of its history. It's basically the earliest known dynasty in Tamriel. There's a lot there. I don't want to go too much of a deviation. The Aelids of Cyrodiil used this newly formed kingdom as a buffer from influence in Alinor, the Somerset Isles kingdom, and the White Gold Tower becomes an independent city-state at the heart of the Aelid Empire. Like I said, this is wishy-washy. We're in the cusp between the different eras, so this end of the Mythic, beginning of the First era. The Sigic Order appears for the first time in recorded history. The Breton sage and author Veronot writes in his trip to the Isle of Artaeum to meet with Ixis, the Right Master of the Sigics. Counselors of kings and proponents of the Elder Way, taught to them by the original race that inhabited Tamriel, the original Elefay. The historical account makes Veronot one of the earliest known Bretons in history. The last Atmoran invasion, quote-unquote, arrives in Tamriel. This is at this point just... It's basically, like, at this point, it's just settled. It's just, like, moving everybody from the, hell-torn bullshit going on at Atmora. In this invasion was literally just 2 Atmoran ships laden with corpses begged to make port in Tamriel, marking the final wave of the large-scale Atmoran migration to the continent. That's the 1st century. 2nd century, Harald is born. Harald is basically High King Harald was a High King of Skyrim and the 13th monarch descended from Isgmor, as I stated earlier, and he's the first official historical Nord ruler. His forces stumble upon an attack in Floralhost, the last stronghold of the Dragon Cult. When Harald's army breaches the stronghold, most of the cultists commit suicide by poisoning the stronghold's water supply, which also ends up killing much of the attacking force. Harald is crowned High King of the Nords, and Harald is as the 13th descendant of the legendary Legisor line, relinquishes his ancestral holdings at Mora and consolidates Skyrim as an independent kingdom with Windhelm as its capital. He is later recognized as the first historical ruler of the Nords. He establishes the first Moot of the Nords, which Moot is basically how all of the regional kings and lords come together to decide who is the High King. This is the old way structure that is done even today in Skyrim, although a little different. You have the Scouring of Wendelbeck, where this is where the Allied clans are basically like killing each other in mass. It ends in Wendelbeck, where King Gelafren of the Atar, of Atar being a city-state, an Malayan city-state, one of the many ruins you find in Cyrodiil, led a combined forward of Daedrophile warriors against the traditionalists Barsabiks of Andalun. The Barsabiks Alaids were a first era Alaid subculture that emerged from Aedra worship. People like Arkay, Akatosh, people like that, like the Aedra. They occupied the northeastern Black Marsh and potentially parts of Blackwood. This was the group that tried to invade Murkmire and basically committed genocides of the people in Murkmire for a very, very long time, and trying to get a foothold after getting completely murked by the Daedra worshipping sect. In the Aedra worshippers being driven out ended organized opposition to Daedra worship in Cyrodiil. That is the end of the 2nd century. The 3rd century starts with Cahosi writing the Tamrielin Tractates. Cahosi, who is basically a ancient famous scribe, describes a first-hand account of the discovery of the Bretons by a Nordic hunting party. The Tractates also mention what is believed to be the earliest recorded ancestor of House Tharn, one Tharnis Ye Red-Handed, whose historians may have asserted served the Alaids as a clerk. Very funny seeing how House Tharn has served the rulers of Cyrodiil for so long. Oh Lord. King Harald dies at the age of 108. With his death, his eldest son Hallmar becomes the next High King of Skyrim. He lives a year and dies. God fucking knows how. Probably assassinations. His with Hallmar's death, his second son Viraj the Gifted assumes the throne. Viraj the Gifted was basically known for founding and expanding the first empire of the Nords across the northern reaches of Tamriel, growing his domain to encompass parts of High Rock, Morrowind, and parts of Cyrodiil. The gradual massacre occurs. One of the participants in the massacre was a notorious Tharhan the Militant. Later scholars theorize that Tharn and the Tharn ancestor Tharnis Red-Handed were one and the same. The Skyrim conquests occur from the first era 222 to 272. The first Empire of the Nord expands across Morrowind and High Rock, swallowing them up by first era 240. Some sources interpret the Skyrim conquests to run from the first era 240 to the first era 415. This also was also part of a big reason why the Dark Elves have had such issues the Nords historically centers from these conquests. The Alessian slave rebellion erupts in Cyrodiil. Alessia, known as the Slave Queen, leads the predominantly human slaves against the Aleid Empire. Remember, there's humans living all over at this point still. Granted, some get genocided, some move, but at least in the case of Cyrodiil, this was the beginning of the Imperials, or at least their predecessors. With the help of the Nords coming through, in especially Nords that were like the Nordic Empire, since was held a good chunk of Cyrodiil at this point, they eventually conquer all of Cyrodiil, culminating in the First Era 243, taking the White Gold Tower, finally falling into the hands of the rebels, marking the end of Aleid supremacy in Cyrodiil, and the founding of the Alessian Empire. Remaining Aleids that oppose Alessia seek refuge with Valenwood's Camoran dynasty and the Draenei of High Rock, while the rebel Aleid lords who sided with Alessia continued to rule parts of Cyrodiil as vassals of the new Empress Alessia. Some famous human heroes are Morihus, who leads a Minotaur, who's basically a Minotaur, who leads the attack of the White Gold Tower, and Pellinol Whitestrike, a holy hero of the Aedra, basically, because who single-handedly defeats many of the Aleid kings, including Aleid's demigod champion Umarel the Unfeathered. Remember, the Aedra, the Aleids drove out Aedra worship at this point, so kind of makes sense why the Aedra would side with humans at this point for here. From the First Era of 243 to 498, the new kingdom of humans under the rule of Empress Alessia and her descendants prospers and rules the nearest kingdoms of Polovia. They build a strong national identity and gradually become more united. Empress Alessia creates the new religion of the Eight Divines, fusing the pantheons of the Nords and the Cyrodiil tribes who followed Altmeri deities. This is how you get crossover between Shor and Lorkhaj, Ariel and Akatosh, etc. From the First Era 243 to Kynes Aegis is founded by Fuldamar Hookhand. Why does this matter? It's basically an island off the coast of Skyrim on the Sea of Ghosts. Don't worry about it for the time being. Daggerfall City is founded. The northern half of the Elec Bay, including the current province of High Rock, is conquered by invading Nords who bring a rough sort of civilization with them. One of the Nords' first civilized acts is a census, the Book of Life. Listed on page 933 of this book is the entry: north of the highest bluffs, south of the moors, west of the hills, and the east of the sea is called Daggerfall. 110 men, 93 women, 13 children under 8 years of age, 58 cows, 7 bulls, 63 chickens, 11 cocks, and 38 hogs live here. This was and that is the beginning of Daggerfall in recorded history. One of the most prolific and important city-states in Tamriel. Right up there with Alinor, right up there with places such as Alinor, Windhelm, Mournhold, and even the Imperial City itself. Empress Alessia dies. Akatosh, or Shizar in the form of Pellinol, arrives at the White Gold Tower in person, or at least his avatar at the very of him, in the Imperial City, and transforms the dying Alessia into the first of the Cyrodiilic saints. Thus, Empress Alessia becomes the first gem in the Cyrodiilic Amulet of Kings, thus beginning the covenant between the Imperials and Akatosh, which helps protect Tamriel from oblivion. 4th century, Druids of Galen flee High Rock, seeking self-governance without Draenei interference, as well as freedom of religious persecution from the coming Alessian order. We'll get into that. The Druids of Galen leave High Rock and go on an exodus to the Sistris Arpelegio. This is mainly so they could practice their Druidic magics and culture without, hoity-toity elves basically telling them how to practice magic properly. Skyrim attacks the Western Reach. Emperor Amel of Cyrodiil leads his forces to Skyrim in a military campaign against the Draenei hegemony in the Western Reach. Anti-Aldernal sentiments rise as Skyrim loses more and more of greater Bretany to the Draenei. Alessian doctrines are enforced. The Alessian Order becomes a dominant political factor in the Alessian Empire. The Alessian Order is basically a huge religious sect in the First Era, which preached the strict monotheism and worship of the One. The Order arose in the coastal jungle of what is now Kolovia, where a prophet named Mukarth, who had spoken to the enlightened one, Saint Elysian, began to question the validity of Elden rule. These sentiments led to increasingly abstract and noble depictions of a one true god. Though they tolerated the worst of polytheistic pantheons as well, divine aspects worshipped by the various humans of Aldmeri became many of the saints and spirits of the evolving Odysseia canon. In some places, they replaced the existing belief system with something more mutable, as in Eastern Cyrodiil, where the traditional Nordic version of the Eight Divines was purportedly replaced by a Baroque veneration of ancestor spirits and god animals. They first gained footing in the lower classes of the Nebonese. The inexplicitly charismatic order became the far-reaching, powerful theocracy of the Elysian Empire, enforcing their doctrines throughout it, and their influence on Tamriel had been immense ever since. At its peak, the influence of the arch-prelate of the Order was nearly equal that of the Emperor himself. Eventually, however, the Order collapsed as a result of the War of Righteousness in the First Era, later on. Much later on, actually. These fuckers are going to be around for 2,000 years, and we're still 2,000 years before that happens. High King Borgus dies. When High King Borgus of Winterhold is killed during the Wild Hunt. Wild Hunt is basically this really fucked thing when a magical trait innate to all Bosmer is brought on by a collective ritual performed by most Bosmer, as a race together, unified, to transform them into a shape-shifted horde of feral eldritch beasts. Transformation cannot be undone, and it does not stop until the target of their hunt is dead. And the Moot fails to elect Jarl Hans as the next ruler of Skyrim. A war of secession erupts across the Nordic Empire, leading to conflict. The conflict leads to the Empire's dissolution as the territories of Morrowind, High Rock, and Cyrodiil break away. The war ends in the First Era for 420. Yeah, with the Pact of Chieftains. The doctrines impose the very strict. The Alessian Order becomes the dominant political factor of the Alessian Empire. Their doctrines are enforced at Cyrodiil, north of Tamriel. The doctrines impose the very strict religious teachings of the prophet Marok, who, after reportedly receiving visions from ghostly slave Queen Alessia, begins to question Elden rule, calling for a suppression of elven elements within the pantheon of the Eight Divines. The Order enforces strict codes of behavior which preclude most forms of entertainment. The remaining Elaid lordships, once tolerated by the Alessian Empire, are abolished. Basically, the no entertainment bit is they were basically like the fucking Spanish Inquisition. They suck. The Elaid vassal state of Natala is massacred by the Alessian Order. Nelatala, the last remaining Elaid city in Cyrodiil, is given an ultimatum to leave the province or face extermination. The king Leorin Dinar gathers those who wish to leave and begins an exodus to the lands of Draenei hegemony. Shortly after, the Elysian army arrives at Natala and massacres all those who chose to stay behind. The traditional Yakutan emperors are overthrown. The traditional tenets of the Yakutan Empire are overthrown, and although each successive emperor remains a figurehead for the empire, their powers are very much reduced. Redguard people see 300 years of almost continuous civil war between special lords, warrior monks, brigands, all fighting each other for land and power before the appearance of the hero Hunding. The Elysian Order sacks Malada, the ancient Elaid temple. Okay, 5th century. I crave death. The Nords are driven out of Morrowind. The united Chimer and Dwemer, in their alliance, drive the Nords out of modern-day Morrowind, which was then called Residon. The tribal leaders of the individual races Nerevar and Dumak become the leaders of the first Council of Resdan. Resdayn. And it flourishes under their leadership. Peace among the Chimer and the Dwemer brings a unprecedented prosperity to their land. The Dwemer clan Rorkin rebel against this alliance with the Chimer and self-exile to themselves. According to legend, the Rorkin chieftain threw his mighty hammer, Bolindrong, across Tamriel, promising to lead his clansmen to wherever it should fall. The land where they would arrive was thus called Volinfell, then called later which would eventually become Hammerfell. The Skyrim War of Secession ends. It's officially in the First Era 420. The Skyrim War of Secession ends with the Pact of Chieftains. The war resulted in Skyrim losing control of the other provinces in northern Tamriel, and though their borders continued to shift occasionally, they never again regained their former stature. Olaf One-Eye is crowned High King of Skyrim. The clan Rorkin settles in Bolenfell the same year, and Rizlav Larok is born. Who is Rizlav Larok? Rizlav Larok, better known as Rizlav the Righteous, was born in Skingrad and is believed to have led. He basically becomes Count of Kavach. This was when he married Belen, the daughter of King Justinius of Kavach, presumably to cement peace between the kingdoms of Skingrad and Kavach. A plague passed through Cyrodiil, decimated the royal family of Skingrad, and in the end, only Rizlav and his older brother Dorald, a priest of Merka, again the prophet of the Alessian Order, survived. Dorald's first act was to cede the kingdom to the Alessian Empire, which incensed Rizlav. He led a small band of cavalry from Kavach to Skingrad, where they entered the city without conflict, because Skingrad was on their side. And in the castle courtyard, Rizlav denounced Dorald and beheaded him with one stroke, where he was quickly crowned the new king of Skingrad. However, Emperor Glorious believed this did not revoke Dorald's action, and rode to Skingrad with a massive army to claim the city. When they arrived, Rizlav famously told the emperor that the party was too large to be accommodated, and that next time he should write before he comes. Battle ensues. The Colovian forces one-handedly thanks to superior tactics. Gora's crippled army was forced to retreat, and this dramatic defeat proved to be the beginning of the end of the Alessian Empire. But we're not there yet. King Olaf One-Eye dies. About 32 years after he is crowned King of Skyrim. The coronation of Emperor Gorius of the Alessian Empire. The ceremony is attended by the most famous people of the time, including Rizlav Larok. This was before they got into a spat. Darlok Bray. Darlok Bray was a Khajiit warlord. Who was powerful and held lots of lands in Nequia, which was northern elsewhere mostly. Kojak the Right, Hoag Merkilder, Indrel Nerevar, the patron saint of the fucking, that shit earlier for fucking leader of the Chimer people. Dumak Dwarf King, the leader of the dwarves in modern-day Morrowind, and Ryan Drenai. Ryan Drenai buys Balfira and begins a process of gradually conquering vast parts of High Rock, Hammerfell, and Skyrim. The destruction, and then after this, the destruction, and then in the First Era 463, the destruction of Corinth's Grand Archive. A group of Moren's cultists burned the city's archives, destroying most of elsewhere's Mythic Era records. The First Era 470, approximate date of the discovery of the Flask of Lilindrel. Basically a magical flask that absorbs and reflects magic of all kinds. Its anti-magic property also prevents mages from detecting its location. It was first discovered again in the First Era 470 by a group of elves living in the Somerset Isle city of Lilindrel. And it basically is a flask that can basically nullify any magic that touches it. Skingrad and Kavach cease feuding. This is mainly because of the royal marriage between Rizlav Larok and Brenain, the daughter of the king of Skingrad, of Kavach, I mean. After years of fighting, Clan Drenai conquers High Rock and large parts of Skyrim and Hammerfell. Korjak the White dies. The High King of Skyrim, Korjak the White, was the High King of Skyrim after the reign of Wolof One-Eye, but before his son, Hoag Merkiller. Basically, he was an interim leader. He is killed fighting the Alessian Empire in the Battle of Sungard. King Rizlav Larak of Skingrad routs an Alessian army led by Emperor Goras. I already talked about this earlier. What also happens in the aftermath of this is that his feat inspires additional acts of defiance against the Empire. Other kings of the Colovian West form an alliance with Skingrad and Kavach, and Ryan Drenai outlaws the Alessian reform in High Rock and mounts incursions into Imperial territory. Skyrim, under the High King Hoag Merkiller, joins the resistance. Ysmir Wolfheart takes throne in Windhelm. Ysmir Wolfheart was a Morin-born High King of ancient Skyrim who came to power after the death of Hoag Merkiller at the Glenumbra Moors. Which we're about to get to. So at this point, he's just the Jarl of Windhelm, or the King of Windhelm. Not High King yet. The Draenei push back the Alessians. Aidan Draenei leads a series of minor but important victories against the Alessians in High Rock. The Battle of Glenumbra Moors, the battle between the Alessian Order and the Draenei High Elves of High Rock under the command of Aidan Draenei. The Order is soundly defeated by the Elves at the cost of much elven power at High Rock. The Nord High King Hoag Merkiller is killed during this battle. The province of Skyrim under the new High King Ysmir Wolfhearth, submits a fiery reinstatement of the traditional Nordic pantheon. Alessian temples are destroyed, and the remnants of his priesthood seek refuge in the Heartlands. The Hollow City is created, a Hollow City being a magical city created by Merida within the realm of Molag Bal, the Cold Harbor. Elven power, and in the first era, at the end of the fifth era of the first era, elven power in High Rock is over. The Elves of High Rock, after losing much power in the Battle of the Glenumbra Moors against the Lesser Order, are replaced by their Breton subjects, but allowed to retain Balfira and control of the Adamantine Tower. In the 6th century, first era 500, the reign of High King Ysmir Wolfhearth. This is the approximate earliest date for High King. This is while it is this is when most of his legends as High King start. And he dies 33 years later. 50 years after that, a great fire occurs on the 14th birthday of Baron Montclair. Stone glow enchantments crafted sparkle sticks for the occasion, which had an inadvertently caused fire. Basically, fireworks burned down the house on Baron Montclair's birthday. To the 7th century, King Theogor defeats Glen Point. King Theodore of Daggerfall defeats the army of Glen Point and becomes the preeminent economic, cultural, and military force in southern High Rock, a position the kingdom has precariously kept ever since. I believe the seat of that is now Wayrest, or the city of Wayrest. Mensel Senset becomes Eldin Yakuta. Mensel Sesnet comes to the fore as the Eldin Yakuta, or military dictator of the Yakutans. For 8 years successfully gains control of nearly the whole empire until she's assassinated about a decade later. Sesnet, in a commoner by the name of Randik Torn, takes over the government of the Yakutans. He rules for 120 years. The left-handed elves, after being, routinely pushed out of Yakuta, tried to do some level of conquest of the Sistrus Arpelagia. Remember, this is where the druids that escaped the Draenei of the influence of the Draenei of High Rock immigrated to. So they're probably not very happy about a bunch of fucking elves trying to take their shit over. The Battle of the Dragon Wall. Murloc, orcish god of the Velothi Mountains, is defeated at the Battle of the Dragon Wall in Fleece East. And then about 10 years after that, you have the War of the First Council in Bardenfell erupts. So the War of the First Council was basically a breakdown in relations between the Dwemer and the Chimer, and they started basically fighting tooth and nail. Also, Vardenfell exploded. So Vardenfell being the volcano where Lorkhan's heart was, Vardenfell being the volcano island that was created out of Lorkhan's heart after it was ripped from his chest. Meanwhile, the Iliath Temple is converted to worship the Tribunal. The Tribunal, in this case, is the gods of the Tribunal in this case is the now hold on, time wise, yeah, nah, that sounds to be about right. Basically it's ooh, that's interesting. So basically the Tribunal at this point is the Tribunal of Mephala, Boethia, and Azura. Mount Firesong erupts. Mount Firesong being the volcano lying to the east of the Sisters Arpelagio, and basically it's a big ass fuck off mountain. The sacred vent in the sacred volcano at the center of Yephalon, which is the name of the island the volcano is on, erupts, consuming both the druids of Galen and the left-handed elves. Survivors persist, don't worry. The 8th century, we have the Battle of Red Mountain. It is the approximate date of the famous battle between the Dwemer and the Chimer and the Dwemer, led by Nerevar and Dumak, the Dwarf King, which concludes the War of the First Council. Both Nerevar and Dumak perish, and these events paved the way for the formation of the Tribunal Morrowind, which would last until just short of the Third Era. So the Tribunal basically is living gods who basically instead of like honoring Nerevar's wishes, his wife Alamaxia, his best friend Vivek, and his brother Sothasil all decide, nah, we're gonna like finish what Dumak tried to start with, trying to achieve godhood using the heart of Lorkhaj in the center of the mountain, and we're going to basically use that, like, siphon its power to become gods ourselves. It is at this point that the goddess Azura, rightfully very upset at the decision of like the harbingers of the Chimer race to like basically get rid of her, Mephala, and Boethia as like the preeminent tribunal, and instead, which everybody did worship, which to instead become the living gods. And over the course of the First Era, over the rest of the Fourth Era, the tribunal, which is Sothasil, Vivek, and Alamaxia, will basically do a bunch of things to sort of convert everybody and become the seat of power, and basically make everybody in all the Chimer worship them. And basically Azura puts a curse on them and all of the Chimer, giving them sunken red eyes and dark skin as proof of their treachery and fall from grace from the fair, pale skin that they had from as a legacy of their time as Chimer. So yeah, that's how Dark Elves were created. The Dwemer also disappear because like they won a battle or anything, but because Dumak tried to fuck around with the heart, and when he fucked around, he found out, and basically all of the dwarves disappear overnight. And with the Dwemer gone, the War of the Crag between them and their former slaves end. War of the Crag being basically the rebellion of what was originally the Snow Elves. The Snow Elves, if you remember them, the people that did the Night of Tears and were getting genocided by the Admorans in retaliation for the Night of Tears, basically went into hiding, and a lot of them went to the dwarves, and the dwarves basically force-fed them fucking mushrooms, and the mushrooms made them blind and subservient. And they got fucking tired of being slaves, and their minds got twisted over centuries of being underground, and they turned into the Falmer. And the War of the Crag was basically between the dwarves and their Falmer slaves. And that ended with the Falmers, like, basically inhabiting the former homes of the dwarves. Frandar Hunding, basically Red Guardian Jesus, is born. He is the most revered Ansi warrior in history and is born in the high desert of Yakuta. His father, about 14 years later, dies during one of the many insurrections that was common, and he is left to support his mother and 4 brothers by himself. Emperor Randik Torn of Yakuta dies. Torn's death comes after 120 years of rule. After his death, a vicious civil war breaks out, because of course it does. David Hunding is born. He was the only son of Farrar Hunding and was born late into Hunding's life. David Hunding becomes an acrobat. Frustrated by his father's absence, he quits training at the Hall of Virtues of War and becomes a circus acrobat, and later a notable bard. Farrar Hunding writes the Book of Circles. Thinking himself to be invincible, becomes a hermit, retiring to a cave in the mountains of the High Desert to write philosophy of the way of the sword in the Book of Circles. While this is going on, the War of Singers is happening. Emperor Hira being the last emperor of the Yakutan Empire, attempts to wrestle control of the empire from the people by exterminating the sword singers. Frundar leads a resistance and crushes the army at the foot of Mount Hatu. Shortly after, Frundar and his son and his army migrate to Hammerfell as the first warrior wave, the Ragada. The Ragada exterminate what left-handed elves are left in Yifalon, and the warriors of the first Ragada arrived in the Citrus and alive the starving remnants of the invading force before sailing to claim Hammerfell in the east. Defeat of Hiradirge, a renegade band of Ansi called the Hiradirge, were defeated in battle, and the destruction of Yakuta happened in the First Era, 792, where it sinks into the sea, supposedly at the hand of the Hiradirge. What the fuck are the Hiradirge? Unfortunately, we don't really have too much on them, and a bulk of refugees flee east to the island of Herne, while the rest continue to Hammerfell. There isn't much left of the continent except for a few islands. Jesus Christ, that's the 8th century. A lot happened. Meanwhile, the First Era 800 is the earliest date of record of Wayrest City. While this is the official, I would say that the work of the Point is, a settlement of some variety had been existed where the Bolseid River feeds the Elik Bay, possibly since the 800th year of the First Era. The orc capital of Asinium has grown powerful to the north, and occupied pirates and pirates and raiders crowd the islands to the west. There's no mystery to Wayrest's name. After fighting, most travelers had to endure passing through the eastern end of the Elik Bay. Little fishing village on the Bulsai was a welcome rest. First Era, year 808. The Ragada finally arrives in Hammerfell. A warrior wave of Yakutans, the Ragada drives beastfolk and needed peoples from Volenfell. Over time, the name Ragada becomes corrupted into Red Guard, and the race claims Hammerfell as their homeland. The beastfolk refugees escape from Hammerfell and join the orcs in Orsinium. The Corlania clan are exterminated by Yakutan colonists. The Corlana clan is basically Ultimary Daedra worshippers who settled in Hammerfell sometime in the 6th century of the First Era. They established colonies along the coast of Hammerfell, inhabiting and expanding on structures originally built by aliens. This was led by King Zakpan of the Yath, and the Yakutans faced the Corleana clan at Abshala Pass and drive them from Hammerfell. The king was killed during this conflict and was succeeded by one of his sons. Meanwhile, about 20 years after that, warlord Thuleg's army of orcs and goblins are driven from Hammerfell by the Yakubans. Bretons forced to deny the survivors passage through the Bancori Pass, forcing them to flee northeast through the Dragontail Mountains before they finally reached Orsinium. The 10th century, North Point is founded. So, to be clear, now that linear time has been established, there's not just, oh, we have the 1st century and then we have 10 and now we're on to the next era. No, that's not how this works. Unfortunately, eras end based on cosmically or internationally or cosmically important events ordained by the gods. So let's continue. So no, we have the 11th century after this, and then it goes all the way to the 30th century, with a dragon break in the middle, omitting like 10 centuries. That it's fucked. So bear with me. We're gonna get through this. In the first era 900, North Point is founded. Captain Uric Flaudus establishes North Point around 900 as a way station to accommodate trade route vessels, although some sources state it was established during the 9th century, whatever. The Draenei repel an attempted Redguard invasion, 7 years vilified by their former vassals. The remnants of the Draenei clan repel an attack on the Isle of Balfara. Creation of Shinji's Credo. Gaiden Shinji is quoted saying his famous credo, "The best techniques are passed on by the survivors." King Jolie writes to Gaiden Shinji proposing an assault on Orsinium. Recorded in the Annals of Daggerfall, the letter contains the following reference: "The Orcs have been plaguing much of Wayresters and impeding traffic to the heart of the land. An assault, in the first of many assaults on Orsinium, begins. The annihilation of the Orcish capital of Orsinium begins through joint efforts of Daggerfall, the New Kingdom of Sentinel, and the Order of Daigana. It takes consistent effort over 30 years to drive the Orcs from their capital." The Memory Stone of Makele Leki is found. The Memory Stone of Makele Leki is found in the Bancori Pass. Its contents were written in the book From the Memory Stone of Makeleki. Makeleki and her 5 companions died defending an invasion led by King Jolie of Daggerfall, sponsored by High Rock. This was the descendant of the great warrior hero Leki of the Red Guards, sword singer extraordinaire. Orsinium is defeated in the year 980, and the scattering of the orcs from southeastern High Rock made the river route to the bay more accessible over the next several years. With the river opened, interprovincial trade flourishes. Within a decade, the village of Wayrest is transformed into a major city, and 3 years after that, Evermore is founded. It is a High Rock city established by the River Horse Bretons. During the 11th century, High Rock is admitted into the Elysian Empire. After the legions of Empress Hestra disposed King Cyric of Velkarth, Styrich fled west with his infamous Grey Host of vampires and werewolves, pillaging along the way. The Grey Host was halted at the Bancori garrison of High Rock, and Hystra's forces killed the survivors. Impressed by the Bancori garrison's actions, Hestra allowed High Rock to be admitted into the Empire. House Durrell of North Point and House Monteclair were granted a barony. In 1030, the legend of the Red Eagle is discovered. Reachman under Thaloian put up a strong resistance to the incursion of the Elysian Empire into the Reach, though they are ultimately unsuccessful. Elysians also take on piracy in the Black March. Empress Hestra, fed up with the pirates hiding in the depths of Black March, calls for the head of the most famous brigand, Red Brahmin, as part of a larger campaign. Their incursion provided some of the first outsider accounts on the true culture of the land of the Argonians. Meanwhile, Vinicus Imbrex becomes Archbishop of Coral. During his 36-year tenure, he authors a list of abominations that should be slain in the name of Stendar. This document would eventually assist would eventually inform major parts of the tenets of the Vigilance of Stendar that were founded later on in the Fourth Era. Also, the earliest known appearance of Skingrad in genealogical records is around this time, even though it's known to be much older. The kingdom of Wayrest is founded in the 12th century. This is after Wayrest's rapid expansion followed the defeat of Orsinium in the First Era 980, culminating in the merchant power that earning it the right to become a kingdom. This merchant power and strategic importance that continues to proliferate to this day. Also, Bravel appears in records as well as Bruma. Bendavis Tharn becomes archprelate of the Esvestian Order. The Tharn family is going to be a name that you see very frequently throughout history, up until, I believe, the first Elder Scrolls game in the Third Era. The 13th century, Astia Hexios of the Imperial House Hexios prepares a report on Madame Wim, a Mazakin trader and information broker in the newly discovered realm of Fargrave. House Hexios establishes a business relationship with his Mazakin being Dark Seducer, and soon begins trading operations within the realm. Merchant Lord Eten Lanek claims the throne of Wayrest by supposedly bribing the nobility. In the 14th century, we have the sack of Skywatch. The Slode of Tharas attack the city of Skywatch. Slode, in this case, being basically gigantic frog slug people that are beast folk. They also live underwater in the coral kingdoms of Tharas, and they are very, very powerful mages, especially necromancers in their own right. And up until the it wasn't until their subjugation at the hands of the All Flags Navy, which we'll get to later, that the Slode threat was kind of decimated, and they've yet to be a significant threat to Tamriel since then. The Hypergeonial Collapse Incident. 27 Psijic monks are converted into thin films of glistening liminal particles after an incident at the Elber Monastery for Mystic Inquiry on Somerset Isle. Basically, some mages did some fuck shit, and they fucked around and find out. Okay, so from here, we have the Battle of Duncraig Bridge. The battle between Aunteclair and the neighboring hamlet of Sensford is celebrated each year in Aunteclair with a powerful march down Sensford's main street, usually resulting in many injuries and sometimes brief wars between the towns and knightly orders. The battle achieves ultimately nothing, and both sides continue to boast about their own antique lineage. It's all high rock, high noble bullshit. Don't worry about it. Okay, remember how I mentioned earlier how dragon breaks, are some bullshit? There's a dragon break here. The longest dragon break ever known, in fact, called the Middle Dawn. And it takes place basically all across Tamriel for 1,008 years. And this isn't a case of lost history. I think it's basically... Here, let me read. A sect of the Alessian Order, the Mercati Selective, is said to have caused the longest known dragon break, known as the Middle Dawn, which was thought to have spanned 1,008 years from the 13th to the 23rd centuries of the First Era, by attempting to exorcise elements of Elven Ariel from Imperial Akatosh. The Psijic lore master Celerus claimed that the misuse of the Staff of Towers played a part in bringing the dragon break, although he did not specify by whom. According to Celerus, the dragon breaks could be created from impossibly dense arubic gyre formed from the coalescence of the staff's power. This is the only dragon break that is a universally known event, though some civilizations claim to have been protected from it. The Metamoli of the Blue Star, the Bagdagi associated with untimed events, grew bright enough during this dragon break to be seen in the daytime sky. Yet in later eras, the occurrence of the event became disputed, most notably by the scholar Falderone, who posited that no cosmic disruption took place at all, and that the Dragon Break story was concocted in the early Third Era to explain inconsistencies in the Encyclopedia Temrelica. He cites scholarly inertia obsessed with esotericology and the fanatical Numidianism in order to explain the perpetuation of the heir. He's just... You have the lore master of the fucking Sijic Order saying that it's true, so I'm gonna just take that as fact. Faldrun's claim that the Dragon Break was a Third Era fabrication is apparently discredited by older sources, which are known to have described the Dragon Break as early as the Second Era, 582 in particular. Vindication for the Dragon Break seems to describe the Mercalli's Selecta's justification for the Middle Dawn before the event itself. The Dunmer of the era were hostile towards the Empire, yet still acknowledged the Dragon Break to occur. Furthermore, a member of the Elder Council claimed that the oversoul of emperors within the Amulet of Kings confirmed that a Dragon Break took place. The Council purportedly gathered information from every province, information which never coincided except by mentioning that all folk on the continent tracked the fall of 8 stars, which they used to count their days. An abstruse text ascribed, like the Vindication, to Archprelate Belladus Tharn appears to describe the mechanics of the Middle Dawn in more detail as involving a detachment of a particular seat from the entugment or outer layer of Arubis. The process would begin by intercourse with one star orphan Monali, followed by the aversion of Organ of Thought and an employment of the hurling disc, twisting and enveloping Seath into the Middle Dawn. What the fuck does all that mean? Basically, in a nutshell, because the Elysian Order tried to use the Staff of Towers, which was basically this really powerful artifact of, that belonged to the Elaid Archmage Unnumeral. They basically tried to use this staff to basically cut out the elven aspects of Akatosh. But because Akatosh was originally elven, because they basically tried to cut a god in half, and not even just as a being, but also as a concept. And because that god also is the god of time and helped create the fucking world, that fuck up basically had it so 1,000 years happened among 2 timelines, or about 2 or 3 timelines. One where it was successful, where they failed, and where they just couldn't do it. And eventually, after 1,008 years, those timelines and all of the histories that happened with them converged, and because it was so long, and the timelines were so fucking different, there was really no way they could kind of congeal into a way that made things happen, and it just made all of the time that happened there, just sort of all of history between that time just disappeared. There were people, places, things, relationships, things that happened, and it was all just kind of like a mulligan, basically. Again, it's retcon bullshit, but it's also makes sense, I guess, in the lore. But whatever. That's just an explanation as to why we're moving on to the 23rd century now and not moving on to the 16th. Regardless, the slowed release of Thracian Plague. All right, so remember how I said that they were eventually going to go fuck up the Slowed? This is the event that made all of Tamriel want to go fuck up the Slowed. The Slowed released something called the Thracian Plague. And for the next several centuries, this brutal plague devastates more than half of Tamriel's population everywhere, concentrated mostly along the western coast nearest to Theros. Theros basically being the Coral Kingdoms, the Slowed Lands, and the Thracian Archipelago. It's basically on the southwest chain of Tamriel, within the Sea of Pearls, and we basically don't know anything about it other than the people that live there are just really fucking want to sink Tamriel into the sea. Bendu Olo proclaims his intent to punish Theros for the Thracian Plague. This happens basically 40 years after they release the Thracian Plague. and begins building the All flagship. So Bendu Olu the Colovian sailor king of Anvil petitions the Alessian Empire for commission and received it in short order. With the blessing of the Empire, Olo claimed the title of Baron Admiral of the Imperial Fleet and began assembling an armada of retaliation. Now, I want to be clear here. The All Flags Navy is basically took 10 years to make at the Sistris Archipelago. And it was, in function, it was even kingdoms that were not part of the Empire pitched in to go fuck up the Sload because everybody lost people as a result of the Thracian Plague. He begins building it in 2243. He completes it in 2249. And at 2250, he in a navy of thousands of ships strong from every corner of Tamriel set to sea to Theros to wage war on the Sload. This culminates in a 10-year war where the All Flags Navy launched their final assault on Theros after claiming several major victories at sea against the Sload and their great sea beasts. Olo and his great fleet, compromising ships of every nation from Tamriel, sails against the Sload in retribution for the Thracian Plague, sinking their kingdom with mighty magics. Again, this Sloads would continue to terrorize Somerset and other parts of southern Tamriel, but broadly speaking, the sinking of Theros into the sea, in this crushing, decimating war, at the hands of basically a united Tamriel, would basically kneecap Sload power, forevermore, unless they get pulled some magic out of their ass or some shit later on, whatever. That is the end of the 23rd century. The 24th century, Hyrok secedes from the Alessian Empire in response to the excesses of the Alessian Order. The Hyrok cedes from the Alessian Empire over 1,000 years after being admitted. The Bangkori garrison successfully fends off the wrathful legions of piety and grace under Abbot General Praesus Mactor, who had been sent to forcibly reclaim the wayward region. The War of Righteousness begins when it breaks out when Western Cyrodiil isolates itself from the Alessian Empire and establishes the Colovian Estates. The following years of internal strife between the Alessian Order's bloated priesthood and territorial movements to curtail or outlaw the Order's religion. The Sistris Isles is purchased by a consortium of Hyrok coin barons. The Colovian Estate's wealth was completely exhausted by the First Era 23-26 to raise additional capital for the war. Colovian kings began selling non-essential territory, including the Sistris Isles. Led by Duchess Martini Germard, coin barons purchased the Archipelago for an undisclosed sum. Then, in 2331, the War of Righteousness ends after a decade of conflict. It concludes and the Alessian Order and Empire are dissolved. The Empire's former territories solidify their independence, and its heartland, Cyrodiil, splits into its eastern and western halves that continue to diverge culturally over the following centuries. Mount Firesong erupts for a second time in recorded history in the 25th century, and the catastrophic explosion shattered the ancient shipyards of High Isle, completely destroyed a burgeoning settlement on Aminos, cracked the All Flags Navy monument, and claimed the lives of nearly 1/3 of the archipelago's inhabitants. And then after this, you have the Green Years, a short but significant renaissance of druidic faith in the Sistris following the eruption of Mount Firesong. The Stone Lore Circle saved the island folk from the brink of death and helped them create a sprawling pastoral agricultural community that supplanted the rule of noble class and coin barons. In the 28th century, Wayrest moves to the Gardeners' estate. The entire population of the city is forced to move into the walled estate of the Gardeners to protection against pirates, Akavir raiders, and the Thracian Plague. Yeah, that's still going on, by the way. People are still having to fucking deal with that shit. The first Akaviri invasion occurs in 2703, where the Tasakti of Akavir, the vampiric snake people of Akavir, I could do a whole fucking thing on them, but we're just doing the overview for now. Land in Tamriel, cutting a swath of destruction through Skyrim and Cyrodiil, spurring Remen Cyrodiil to rally the Colobian West and Nebin East. Cyrodiil is united for the first time in centuries, and a unified army defeats the Akaviri at Pale Pass along the Cyrodiil-Skyrim border, although some sources claim the invasion began at the First Era, 2700. The Second Empire is established. Following the defeat of the Akaviri by Remen I, the Cyrodiils find themselves not only united as a nation, but responsible for the further protection of human kingdoms at large. The Emperor Remen I divides the Reach between High Rock and Skyrim in an attempt to limit the possibility of Reachmen uniting against him. Emperor Remen of Cyrodiil divided their territory between the provinces of Skyrim and High Rock. The natives resisted fiercely, but there was never a decade where troops of Solitude or Evermore wouldn't be sent to attempt to pacify them. The Green Years are also abolished by Emperor Remen I. On the 11th of Sun's dusk, emissaries of the newly formed Remen Empire arrive on the shores of Gonfalon Bay and decree that the Archipelago is once again the lawful property of Cyrodiil before reinstating Breton coin barons as the rulers. Valenwood is conquered by the Second Empire after centuries of unrelenting warfare along the border of Cyrodiil, and a plague from Theros and the land of Bosmer, finally falls to the Second Empire. Although the province became occupied by the Imperial Legion and the kingdom of Grotwood was established, they continued to experience resistance from the natives for several years. The city of South Point was founded on the First of Rain's Hand, 2729. After Governor Zoronis had fought a raid of wood orcs at Remen's Bluff, he awarded a plot of land for the fort, but converted it into a fortified settlement, which later became South Point. Emperor Remen dies in 2762. Same year, his Emperor Kostov is crowned. Emperor Kostov, being the second emperor of the Remen dynasty. Details of his life are scarce, other than some branding him as an incompetent ruler. Tujarhain Fire is born, the great Aleid Wael sage. Or Tujarhain Fire, spelled F-Y-R-E-E, or Fair. They were a great Aleid Wael sage. Wild elves still exist, albeit in small number, still existed at this point. 2794, Remen II was born. Emperor Kostov takes hostages in Skyrim, ordering his Dragon Guard, Dragon Guard basically being the Akaviri Dragon Guard. It was an organization it was basically in a nutshell, the Second Empire was run by... Preface. Were an organization founded by Remen Cyrodiil from the Tasakti warriors who surrendered to him at Pale Pass after hearing his voice. He was a Dragonborn. These warriors basically wanted to... were basically like worshipped like those with dragon blood, basically. While they assisted Remen in the creation of the Second Empire and became his loyal bodyguards, the newly created Dragon Guard would also seek out dragons to kill, sometimes doing it in the company of Remen emperors. They were point is that these are the predecessors for the Blades, and the Akaviri Dragon Guard were basically what ended up happening is that Akaviri names. Like, Akaviri people got lordships and stuff in Cyrodiil through their service to the Emperor, and Akaviri blood was permeated, and there was also it's a whole fucking thing. That's basically what they basically. After the surrender of them, they became like the Remen's bodyguards, and he used them as like a blunt instrument. You get to see Dragon Guard people and whatever. Continue. Whatever. Point is. Regardless, Kostov orders his Dragon Guard to seize hostages from Markarth and Heraldin to ensure Jarls would meet their conscription quotas. This is the latest in a series of such orders. The official objections of the Master of Skyhaven Temple are denied per usual. The Winterhold Rebellion begins. A rebellion breakouts in Winterhold. The Dragon Guard refuses orders to be sent to suppress the revolt, as it violates their oath of allegiance. Remen II assumes throne of Cyrodiil. Remen II deposes his incompetent predecessor and is credited with negotiating an end to the Winterhold Rebellion, leading the Second Empire into a golden age. He would later begin a war of conquest against Argonia and Morrowind. His coronation took place later than the First Era, 2812. Skyhaven Temple is besieged. An Akavir commander named Kalion, rejected from the Dragon Guards, is sent to suppress the Winterhold Rebellion. The locals soon besiege the Dragon Guard Temple in their reach. They do not distinguish between Akaviri. The siege is lifted 1 year later. The Blackwater War begins. A military expansion launched by Remen II against Argonia, eventually resulting in the formation of the Imperial Province of Blackmarsh. Kosov dies. After living in exile for several years, he basically dies in the Murkmire region of Blackmarsh. Alduin's Wall construction begins. The construction is an elaborate sculpture basically descripting the Dragon War from the Mythic era. Cyrodiilic replaces High Elven. Across Tamriel, Cyrodiilic, the precursor to the modern Tamrielic language, replaces High Elven as the language in all legal documents. Reports of dragons persist in Skyrim, although the number of dragons in Tamriel has diminished since the Dragon War thousands of years before. The Dragon Guard at Skyhaven Temple continue to receive sporadic, unverifiable reports of dragons in the east. The construction of Alduin's Wall is completed. Emperor Remen himself arrives at Skyhaven Temple to officially dedicate the wall and consecrate the blood seal of the temple. Hence why you need the dragon's blood to open it in Skyrim. Remen II is basically, just to talk about him for a little bit, said to be a master tactician. He frequently studied records of battles he fought. When he conquered new territory for the Empire, he carefully established rule and avoided causing too much disruption to local customs, traditions, and particularly to establish trade. He gathered advisors from each province and focused on his people more than many emperors ever had. As a result, imperial culture spread across Tamriel, though not forced assimilation, but free will, as citizens came to accept and support the Empire by reaping the benefits of free trade, stability, and development of better infrastructure. For many years, peace prevailed across Tamriel, and many attribute his reign to a golden age of the Second Empire. During his reign, he also abolished necromancy and danger worship in the Empire. And he created like black bars, blah 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 blah. And lastly, sorry, I just wanted to go check a couple things. We continue. Eric of Geese lives among the Ultimate. The emissary of the Second Empire wrote many vitriolic rants against the denizens of the Somerset Isle during his time there. These were later accepted as reliable accounts by human scholars in the Third Era. Probably not a good thing. Governor Promptus is appointed the ruler of Craglorn by Remen II. During his administration, he built the sewers beneath Elithar, considered to be one of his greatest public works undertaken. The province of Blackmarsh is created in 2837. The Second Empire succeeds in seizing a large part of the swamplands of Argonia to create the province of Blackmarsh. Its provincial status was revoked after the dissolution of the Second Empire. I want to be clear that Blackmarsh is and has always been no man's land. The Argonians do not care for the designation, and frankly, empires have never been able to fully conquer it at all. They've just taken a large enough chunk, thrown thousands of men into the meat grinder trying to keep it, just so they can say they're the emperor of all of Tamriel. Regardless, the Fourscore War begins, where Remen II declares war on Morrowind, and this war drags on for 80 years. Although Remen II dies 3 years in. According to the inscription on his tomb in Sancretor, he dies in battle against the Dark Elves. Sancretor basically being the tomb where great emperors of the past are interred. Emperor Brazola's Door is crowned. Little is known of Door. The stains of responsibility of governing, preferring to spend his time in his country's seat near Skingrad, while his potentate, Sidri Ashik handled all matters of state. It is said to be the emperor's wisest decision, as Sidri Ashak proved to be a gifted administrator and a man of integrity. I want to be clear that these potentates are the vampiric snake people that had invaded earlier and had laid down their arms in worship of Remen II. This will have consequences later. It wasn't just humans that came over from Akavir. The Dragon Guards slay the dragon Krajotdan in the southern Jurol Mountains. Remen III is crowned, and Empress Taiva is accused of treason and imprisoned in Black March. Remen III is the last emperor of the Remen dynasty, and the empress was his wife. He sent her to jail. Jesus. During the 13th century, we have the reign of Jinjiri, Main of Elsewhere, and the Kuras mines collapse. Their extensive mines in Blue Umbra, once famous as a source of crystals and gems, and are abandoned after a ceiling collapse renders most of the tunnels inaccessible. The War of Ushvul begins, which is basically it's whatever. It's not important. And then it ends 6 years later. Gliverdale is destroyed by Molag Bal. It was basically a town in southern Valenwood that was basically yoinked up into Cold Harbor by Molag Bal. All because an amateur warlock basically tried to fucking summon him for shits and giggles. In the last year of the first era is 2920, when Remen was third and his son and heir, Prince Julik, are assassinated by the Morag Tong, the culturally respected assassins of Dark Elven origin. This follows the sacking of the Dummer fortress Black Gate, breaking a truce between the Empire and Morrowind. The Akaviri potentate Versidu Shari assumes the imperial throne and declares the start of the second era. Meruz Dagon destroys Mournhold, yoinks up one of the towers in it, and Almaxia and Sothasil are too late to prevent its destruction, but managed to banish Meruz Dagon back to oblivion. You can actually see there's actually a contingent of Dark Elves living in the Deadlands. You can see that you can actually see later in the second era. Oh my god, that was a lot of creep death. I've been talking almost nonstop, for an hour and 8 minutes. Alright, on to the second era. First of all, this map is wrong. We're in the second era now, baby, and this shit just is a lot! Because we have most of the information comes from the Elder Scrolls Online, which has done, I'll admit, an excellent job extrapolating on the amount of lore that exists here in Tamriel, but my god, this is gonna take a while. With the beginning of the Second Empire also begins the Akaviri Potentate. Similar to how think of it as like the shogunate in Japan, where like there's the emperor, and the emperor like reigns supreme and all his power is to him, but basically gave all his power over to the shogunate. The shogun was like the leader of Japan, basically. Same difference. So basically, you had snake people basically running this bitch for like a while, and that's where we start in the 1st century. By decree of Potentate Versidu Shai, 1 year after the second era begins on the 1st of Morningstar, marking the new era commemorates the demise of the Remen dynasty and Versidu Shai's official assumption of stewardship of the Second Empire. First Empire being the Elasan Empire. Shai established the Potentate Wolf Riders, causing a panic in Stornholm. Companies using the newly enchanted barding designed by Shai's battle mages received their orders to hunt and kill Remen loyalists, although initially only horses, ponies, and more earned the special barding and training. Potentate Saber-Cat mounted regiments combed through Skyrim for a Remen loyalist, killing Solitude's wolves using magical roars. Shai converts the Isle of Aminos into a penal colony for Remen-aligned political prisoners. I believe it still functions that way well into the 3rd era. Tujahain Fire, remember her, the Allayed Wild Elf Sage, publishes Nature of Idyllic Posy, an account of his people and religion. The first Imperial Bear Cavalry come by into the 10th Legion, walk through Leywin streets each week in a bear parade. The Palatinate bought several herds of camels for delivery to Shai as part of the Riemann desert pursuit, where loyalists were chased by glowing camels from the enchanted Barding. Dark Elf assassins chase Remen loyalists around Red Mountain on luminous Palatinate gar steeds, keeping the trained calves in Mournhold. This is all the 1st century, and all of that shit happens literally within a year or two of each other, leading all the way up until the Second Era, 27th year. The start of the 2nd century, 101, year 101. Earliest mention of the Stargazers. Stargazers basically being a sect that worship of people that were the holdovers of the late Nedic Empire, or of the Nedic Empire, and the religion of the Nedic Empire in their lands. Baroness Vienna the Pure becomes the ruler of Leyland, and then she dies 28 years later. At 182, the reign of Zebinjo, Main of Elsewhere, and same year, Sanguine's dog learns to play undead, an event that is thereafter spontaneously celebrated by his followers. Also in 184, the dragon Gothring Dog is slain by Drakengard after perpetrating a great slaughter in Winterhold in East March. The great Allayed Sage Tujahain Fire dies, and the first Mages Guild is formed in 230. Sickened at the foolishnesses of superiors in the Sigic Order, Vanus Galarian founds a new guild in Firsthold. Around this time, a triad of Daedric princes, Clavitz Vile, Befalad, and Turtle, make a deal with the Slee-Slowed Katora to acquire the Heart of Transparent Law, a stone of the Crystal Tower. Katora uses mind magic to make Right Master Ixis, the leader of the Sigic Order, steal the heart. Trying to foil Katora's plan, Ixis makes a deal with Nocturnal to learn a spell of which to hide the heart in a language that only could be used by mortals. Unbeknownst to all, Ixis hides the heart within himself, but soon forgets the events due to Katora's magic. Shortly thereafter, the Isle of Bertam, home of the Sigic Order, is removed from Nirn by the Order and goes missing. The Order of the Lamp, a knightly order, is formed to protect the newly established Mages Guild. In control of the Sistress Islands returns to the Bretons. On account of their close ties with Versadou Shai, House Menard inherit even greater power in the Sistress beginning in the Second Era 110. As Shai begins consolidating resources in Cyrodiil to combat the mounting costs of ruling the fractious mainland, the Sistress were effectively privatized and placed in the care of House Menard. Meanwhile, back in Cyrodiil, Potentate Versadou Shai declares martial law at the Council of Bardmont. Following the destruction of his fortress at Dawnstar, Shai convenes the Elder Council and declares martial law throughout Camarilla, warning that rebellious leaders of his vassal kingdoms to disband their private armies or face his wrath. This sparks 27 years of intense conflict, at the end of which Versailles' Imperial legions stand victorious as the sole army in the land. An ill-fated Imperial expedition discovers the entrance to the ruins of Galaris Malatar. Guided by the writings of the late Tujahain Fire, an Imperial expedition surveys the surface ruins of the allayed city of Galaris Malatar and uncovers the entrance to the city's depths. The cohort constructs Fort Mistwatch within the ruins to serve as a base while they plunder the city, but soon every member of the expedition is forcibly converted into a meridian purified by the Guardians of the Wraithstone. The entrance to Garlas Malatar is once again lost, and the expedition's disappearance remains unexplained until 3 centuries later. The Dragon Tail Tavern on Stros Makai was established, and Potentate Varashai attempts to remove Leywin's bridges. The Potentate's plan was to allow large sailing vessels to pass the Topple Bay to the River Niben. Leywin's Chamber of Legates, fearing that the additional merchant traffic would simply sail through Leywin without stopping, managed to stall the project until it was abandoned. Into the 4th century, the kingdom of Camlorn is founded, and the ghost harrowing occurs in Stormhaven, i.e. the Minerva Catacombs and Minerva Abbey were abandoned afterwards. The Elsewhere Confederacy is founded. Perrigo and Anchita, rulers of the minor kingdoms Anequia and Palatine, marry. The kingdoms are combined to create the province of Elsewhere, sparking a great class war which almost results in outside intervention. Main Ridthar Ridata reveals the Riddlethar Epiphany at the Rule Call Temple. This revelation marks a key event in modern Khajiit theology. Hold on. So basically, the Riddlethar Epiphany was basically a theology thing, schism thing that basically changed the caste system in Elsewhere to depending on the phases of the moon. The certain castes are the ones that are in charge based on the phases of the moon, basically. And this continues to reinforce the importance of moon worship in Elsewhere. So that's what the Riddlethar Epiphany is. The Seamount Orcs take over Bethany. The invasion is said to have taken place 9 generations before the Alliance War. Under Orcish rule, the island would be known as Beknik. Daenerys Vest the Iron founded the Stiffen, the forerunner to the Fighters Guild. Since Potanate Versidue Shai had destroyed all armies but his own, the Stiffen were intended to act as a hired army to suppress brigandage in the provinces. In a year after this, the Guild Act was approved. This was basically to make it so things like the Fighters Guild could operate legally and not in some kind of ambiguity, because there's no way the Imperial armies were going to be able to take care of all brigandry everywhere. And 3 years after that, Potanate Versidue Shai is murdered in his palace in Sensual by the Morag Tong. Shavarin Choruk inherits the Potanate title. He is the son of Versidue Shai. Although noted to be a poor administrator who was prone to mishandling the crisis that occurred during his reign, Choruk is credited with reversing the ban on forming local armies and accepting Orsinium into the Empire. Anequia falls as a result of Anequian tribal rebels take the capital of Niquen Al, killing most of the royal family. The main Riddlethar Data intervenes and instates a rotational system which controls shifts between desert tribes and city nobility based on the moons. So while the Riddlethar Epiphany was discovered about 30 years prior to 15 years prior to this, it didn't start getting into effect until just to prevent the succession crisis. King Dornal Delen of Daggerfall is crowned. He is head of the noble of House Delen and assumes throne of Daggerfall. Also, Second Era 358 is the earliest known written recordhood of the Dark Brotherhood. A note was found beneath the floorboards of an abandoned house in a Nordic village of Jotunheim, depicting a war between two shadow organizations. Scholars speculate this rare piece of evidence is the war between the Morag Tong and its hated offshoot, the Dark Brotherhood. The Brotherhood was probably in existence before this date, but its secrecy shrouds its true origins, although it was most likely formed by several ex-members of the Morag Tong. That is actually genuinely the case. The Night Mother is actually the Night Mother, the deity, the wife of Sithis, who is the Daedric Prince, more like force of nature, that the Dark Brotherhood worship. She was originally a Morag Tong assassin, essentially. Regardless, moving on to 360, it is the earliest known date of a person enlisting the services of the Dark Brotherhood. This reference was found in the journals of Queen Amarella of Hegeth. Also in 365 is the Siege of Vestir, a fleet of Marimer Seals are Marimer. Pirates assaulted Vestir on the island of Galen in one of the bloodiest moments in the island's history. Ships bombarded the city while sea mages created large tidal waves and storms that washed over the city and destroyed it. And 4 years later, the Dragon Guard end their alliance between Nafalar and King Casimir II of Wayrest. Although Nafalir loses his protector, he manages to escape slaughter. You might be wondering, why is the Dragon Guard, the historically dragon hunting favorite people, doing that? Basically, in a nutshell, basically Nafalar is a dragon who was never against like working with humans, and he also broadly knew that dragon hunters were being more prevalent, especially with the Dragon Guard running around and stuff. Functionally, at the end of the day, he would have multiple powerful historical figures who would protect him from the dragon hunters in return for like service and shit. Usually as equals, not necessarily as like a master-servant type of relationship. And fundamentally, at the end of the day, King Casimir was his last one. We'll hear about Nafalar a little later. He'll make a return. And lastly, in the Second Era, 373, this is the last notable-ish event in the 4th century. Brother Manhattan completes an incomplete list of dragons slain by the Dragon Guard in Akaviri since the time of the Order's founding. It is named the Atlas of Dragons. Moving on, we're into the 5th century, where potentate Shavron Sharak holds a celebration to commemorate 4 centuries of potentate rule. The festivities in the Imperial City include many games, revelries, and a poetry competition. Meanwhile, King Dornell Dalen of Daggerfall dies. He lived a long time. And King Anton I of Daggerfall is crowned. And on the 17th of Hearthfire, Prince Anton inherited the throne of his father, becoming the King Anton I of Daggerfall. Scandal rocks the Camoran factions in Grotwood after it is revealed that the settlement of Coromont might be a source of a dozen potential heirs. Its population is nearly doubled in a 1 week as opportunists, the curious, and the cunning arrive in town. For months thereafter, weddings are a daily occurrence. Queen Sylvie, mother of King Anton I, dies, and Anton I survives an assassination attempt. Also, 412 is the earliest mention of the name Dark Brotherhood. So evidence of it might have appeared earlier, but the first name proper was in the journals of Blood Queen Almara of Hagith. With the help of the Night Mother and our Dark Brotherhood, the secret arsenal of my family has employed since my grandfather's time, it can be surmised that the Dark Brotherhood was already well organized in the Second Era 360 if her grandfather truly used them. In Second Era 418, Abnar Tharn is born. He is the future Chancellor of the Elder Council and born into the Tharn family, a family that already has a storied history, is an imperial noble family that has a storied history in Tamriel by itself. The settlement of New Joy is burned to the ground by tensions reaching a boiling point between the native Bosmer of Coromont and the migrants of New Joy. Meanwhile, in 4292, the formation of Abada's Landing begins with the formation of their merchant lords. 4 mercantile houses began working to elevate Abada's Landing and create a center for trade and commerce between High Rock and Valenwood. Despite their best efforts, the mercantile houses slowly become more corrupt and eventually become major criminal enterprises and the rulers of the city. King Anton I survives a second assassination attempt. They really want that fucker dead, and the Order of the Silver Dawn is founded. In response to the Curse of the Crimson Mood, werewolf crisis in High Rock, Adazella Silver Act establishes the Order after her beloved son is infected with lycanthropy. The Order of the Silver Dawn is a militant group of werewolf hunters, basically, that were primarily active during the Interregnum. Potentate Shivran Sharak is assassinated, ending the Second Empire. Shivran Sharak and all of his heirs are murdered, ending the years of Akaviri Potentate in the Second Empire of Cyrodiil. Some historians date this event as the Second Era of 431. And Orsinium loses its status as an imperial territory as a result of the last potentate in the dissolution of the Second Empire. Meanwhile, Skyrim splits into the eastern and western kingdoms after High King Lorgroth is assassinated. Jarl Scimitar of Solitude challenges the legitimacy of Lorgroth's heir, Fridis, in a moot is convened, although Fridis is accepted by the Crown of Verity and named High Queen of Windhelm. A partial moot held in Solitude declares Scimitar as High King. From then on, Skyrim is divided into the Eastern Kingdom, ruled by the successors of Fridis, and the Western Kingdom, ruled by the successors of Scimitar. Orsinium is sacked again by Redguard and Breton forces again. After losing their status as imperial territory, Orsinium is destroyed a second time, although some sources claim it happened the following year. The Order of the Hour is re-established in Kvatch. Kavor Marola, a warrior priest of Akatosh, reforms the ancient order in response to the collapse of the Second Empire, and the Pale Watch arrive in Hrothgar. King Mavexian of Daggerfall sends the Pale Watch into Hrothgar on a 5-year mission to ensure the orcs never build Orsinium. It is later noted that this Pale Watch basically ignores... we'll get there, hold on. A Lamia invasion proceeds... an invasion is preceded by a storm that is believed to have originated from the Island of Storms off the northwest coast of Valenwood. This was basically the events of Tempest Island, a dungeon in the Elder Scrolls Online. Or this event precedes the events of that. Anton the First of Daggerfall dies. On the 11th of Hearthfire, Anton the First's 49-year reign ends with his death. He's sealed in a tomb with the spirit of Mogai Sharana, his former seneschal, serving as his guardian. Queen Dinala of Daggerfall is crowned. The daughter of Anton I Dinala succeeds him on the throne of Daggerfall, and Abner Tharn becomes Chancellor of the Elder Council in 465. Abner Tharn heads the Elder Council and serves as the Imperial Battle Mage to the Cyrodiilic Empire. 2 years later, Jarl Havnik Yashnig Slayer heads the Orcish chiefdom in Skyrim. Despite this, orcs still have a relatively powerful presence, like culturally strong presence in Skyrim, although it's by the time of the Fourth Era, it's much more scattered. The Jarl of Falkreath defeats Yashnag Gro Yazgu, and his champions in ritual trial by combat and dissolves his 30-year chiefdom. Orcish remnants flee west and establish the Forsaken Stronghold in Bankarai. The Kvatch bread riots. The citizens of Kvatch revolt against the priests of the Cathedral of Akatosh after the red wheat blight devastates their crops for the second year in a row. Before rioters could burn down the city's cathedral, the Order of the Hour intervened and slaughtered half of the angry mob. By the next season, the blight had run its course. House Menard exiles House Dufort from High Isle. The culmination of centuries-long intrigues, assassinations, and kidnappings came to a head when Duke Ruf Menard seized a full third of House Dufort's lands and exiled its leadership to Aminos, claiming sedition against the crown with a raft of forged documents and forced testimony. It's looking to be that time of year again where people are blaring fucking music. Honestly, I'm just waiting for the red light to go so this inconsiderate chuckle fuck can not be doing this or not be heard anymore. Boz the Swordbreaker's brigand army attacks Kvatch. The charismatic Orc Marauder leads his army to Kvatch but is defeated by the Order of the Hour. The Primate of Kvatch thereafter grants the order to form into an army during times of religious emergencies. Durkoch the Black Drake is born around this time, and an Altmeri navy pursues a Meromi fleet to Pydonia. Pydonia basically being the homeland of the Merimar. After a fleet of Merimar ships is sighted off the coast of Alinor, King Heladith orders his navy to give chase. The Altmer follow the Merimar through uncharted waters into an ambush near Pydonia itself. Only one Altmer ship survives to return to Alinor, and the Black Cat movement is founded in Grotwood. The Cormont-based cultural organization hopes to formalize the Bosmer approach to the Green Pact, thereby preventing the misunderstandings that led to the burning of New Joy. Moving into the 6th century, King Anton II of Daggerfall dies. King Bermont of Daggerfall is crowned. He's Anton II's nephew and the only surviving heir. Bergmont succeeds him on the throne. Morikar, future emperor of Cyrodiil, is born. Emmerich is born. He is the future king of Wayrest and future leader of the Daggerfall Covenant. But we'll get there eventually. Born to Pyrrhic of Cumberland. King Holbert of Stornhelm is crowned. King Holbert of House Bancret who led Breton forces at the Battle of Graden Tor, ascends to the throne, and Prince Filiglan, son of King Herbort, is born. Durkoak the Black Drake marches on Cyrodiil, having subdued rival clans and taken control of the Reach. Durkoak marches his army south and invades Cyrodiil. Durkoak conquers Cyrodiil and makes himself emperor. Durkoak the Black Drake forges a new Elder Council, and Varian Aquelius is born. Primate Pharasis of Kavach survives an assassination attempt, and the Reachmen invade Hyrok. Durkoak the Black Drake, Emperor of the Empire of Cyrodiil and progenitor of the Longhouse Emperors, invades the land of the Bretons. Chancellor Abnar Tharn discovers the Scroll of Precursor Saints found in the vaults below the White Gold Tower. The scroll supposedly disproved Tharnas y Raidhand's connection to the gradual massacre of the First Era. Hopefully Tharn was using this to sort of wash his family's history clean of prior misdeeds. Evermore is sacked. After the death of King Hesnif of House Mole, the city falls after only 3 days of siege by Durkoak the Black Drake, and was retaken by Duke Blaise Germond, who was later elected to the throne. Some accounts place this event the following year. So I want to be clear here. Durkoak begins a lineage of something called the Longhouse Emperors. The Longhouse Emperors were basically a dynasty of emperors who were basically Reachmen. Durkoak, just to talk about him just a little bit, was a Reachman warlord during the chaotic Interregnum period. The Interregnum period is basically a 600-plus year period, or more period, give or take a few hundred years, that the Elder Scrolls Online takes place in. Now, granted, this period also includes events that happened way before the beginning of Elder Scrolls Online. And he basically raised an army in the Reach and seized control of the Empire of Cyrodiil, reigning as the first of the Longhouse Emperors, while his kin and allies in the Reach founded the Black Drake clan. Durkoak commanded Varexia Tharn of the prominent Nimides Tharn family, allegedly to legitimize his claim to the Ruby Throne, and had a warhound named Elfbiter, and a female Black Drake, Howler, a specimen of breed wolves named after him. He was basically, this was mostly done with a pact between Durkoak and Mehrunes Dagon. Not to say that the Reach isn't a powerful peoples on their own. It's just taking over the Empire of Cyrodiil is something that hasn't really been done in a long time, and so calling it to the spirits of Daedric princes, Mehrunes Dagon in this case, a plan was formed, and that was the basis of the entire expansion year of Blackwood. Basically, we'll get to that as we get further. But if it seems weird that the Hill people from Skyrim took over the Empire, first of all, they're very weak during the time of Skyrim. They were significantly much more powerful, and they also had help from a Daedric prince to give them a little bit of a bump. Moving on. Morikar declares himself Emperor of Cyrodiil after Emperor Durkoak is killed at the gates of Daggerfall by Emmerich of Cumberland and his army. A 23-year-old Morikar takes the throne. Lyrovic, Morkar's son, future Emperor of Cyrodiil, is born. Reachman invaders attack Alakir Castle. They were driven back by Sir Brieg after he set fire to the field surrounding Alakir Castle, and Alakir Knights were renamed to Knights of the Flame thereafter to honor their bold action and determination. In the first Daggerfall Covenant to storm, after Holland's stand and Camlorn fell, Durkoak laid siege to Wayrest for 57 days and night, but was ultimately slain by Emmerich, who would later become leader of the Daggerfall Covenant. The kings of Daggerfall, Camlorn, Stormhelm, Evermore, Wayrest signed the Daggerfall Covenant after the victory. King Hurlbert of Stornhelm dies, ending his reign, and Prince Filigon's inheritance was championed by House Monteclair, House Bronquet, and Temerith supported his elder brother, Prince Rensar. Prince Rensar ascends to the throne of Stornhelm. The Council of the North meet to consider the claimants of the throne through various political machinations. King Herbert's illegitimate son wins by a narrow victory. Yoren is born. Yoren, the future High King of Skyrim and leader of the Ebonheart Pact, is born to Queen Maybjorn Flame heir of Windhelm, and the bloody funeral occurs in Ravenspire. What started off as an argument at the burial grounds of the Sanguine Burrows erupts into a bloody skirmish between the houses of Temerith and Montclair. Aren is born. Aren, the future Queen of Alinor and leader of the Aldmeri Dominion, is born on the 5th of second seed to King Hildith and King Lady Tudin of the Somerset Isles. War of Two Houses happens. House Falu and House Dress engage in a bloody conflict south of Narses. Lalu emerges victorious due to the heroics of Perlina Thalen. The Kahatan flu originates in Stormhold. A strain of the Kahatan flu hits northern Blackmarth, causing many deaths. The Argonians were strangely immune to the flu, which led some to believe they were responsible for it in some way. The flu continued until the Second Era, 603. Emperor Montecair and his son Leovic began planning the creation of the Four Ambitions. They were unfortunately inherited this expectation from their dad and granddad. The Kahatan flu is recorded throughout Shadowfen, and the settlements of Stillrise Village and Zerk are wiped out by the plague. This this effectively wiped out the last of the Kothringi people, the oldest culture present since the beginning of the Mythic, almost the beginning of the Mythic era. This led to the end of the oldest culture of humans on the continent. The largest Orcolum deposit in recorded history is found. Earl Emmerich proses to use the resulting wealth to enhance Wayrest's fleet and improve trade throughout High Rock. Sarva Grim is crowned the High King of Western Skyrim, and the Orcust and Riverhold are retaken from the Colovians. After the Colovians annexed northern Elsewhere, using the time the Khajiit were too weak due to the Kahatan flu, Namu, the mother of the lunar champions Saza and Kali, and her squad helped the campaign to retake Orcust and Riverhold. Namu, however, died in the fight with General Quintilius. The exact date of these events might be a few years later. The Voyage of the Crimson Ship occurs. A vessel filled with Kothringi tribesmen fleeing the Kahatan flu leaves Blackmarge on the 9th of the first seed. After spending over a year turned away from port after port, it set sail to the west and is never seen again. Emmerich is crowned King of Wayrest. He is elevated to the throne, and House Cumberland becomes the second royal dynasty of Wayrest after the Kahatan flu kills the entire Gardner royal family. Emperor Mordekar launches a failed assault of Western Skyrim. Emperor Mordekar leads his forces out of the Reach and into High King Sargrim's territory. At Gates of Solitude, Sargrim's massive army fell upon Mordekar's forces, routing them in a single battle. A year later, Emperor Mordekar dies, gravely wounded from the battle. He retreats to the Imperial City, and despite the best attempts of both Imperial and Reach healers, he never recovers from his injuries. His son, Leovic, becomes Emperor of Cyrodiil. Meanwhile, a year later, Orkrest is infested by the Kahatan flu. The team of alchemists, under the lead of Urabaz, father of the lunar champions Saza and Kali, were sent to Orkrest to fight the flu, but the disease proved too potent and the entire team died. Duke Avre Monard places the Sisters Archipelago under quarantine. As the Khahaten flu swept through the provinces with alarming speed, the Duke barred anyone from leaving or entering the archipelago. As the land depended on trade, the Sisters fell into total destitution, much to the disfavor of King Emmerich. The Great Troll Rut of 565 Second Era, unseasonably warm weather in Skyrim drives hordes of trolls across western half of the province while locked in an unspeakably horrid axe. High King Sarvom helps them stop the rampage. The Flay Blight infects Vardenfell. Hundreds of dark elves on the western shores of Vardenfell contract rashes that cause irritated, blotchy skin. The Flay Blight was caused by a change to the alchemical formula of a popular face cream at the time. The Rancer War erupts. Offended by that, King Emmerich refused to hand his daughter in marriage. King Rancer launches a surprise siege of Wayrest on Last Seed. House Dufort is granted control of the Sisters. In response to House Monard's betrayal during the Rancer War, King Emmerich strips Duke Avrep Monard of his title and exiled him to Cyrodiil. Additionally, he seized 2 full thirds of the house's holdings and granted them to Monard's eternal foe, House Dufort. The Greater Daggerfall Covenant is formed. Following the events of the Rancer War, the provinces of High Rock and Hammerfell signed the Second Daggerfall Covenant with the Orcs of Orsinium. King Emmerich grants the Orcs the right to re-establish Orsinium, and King Blaze of Evermore dies a year later. He's succeeded by his son, King Aemond. Brother Annulus writes the Annals of the Dragon Guard. The Annals are a faithful copy of the eponymous record originally written by members of the Dragon Guard garrisoned at Skyhaven Temple, spanning the years First Era 2800 to First Era 2819. Here is where we have the second Akaviri invasion. Adasum Dur Kamal armies lands land in northeastern Skyrim, and he captures Windhelm, killing Queen Mabajarn and Nirnhild. En route to Riften, Nirnhild was Jorn's older sister and was next in line for the throne. En route to Riften, Dur Kamal learned he was protected by forces under Yoren the Skull King and Wulfharth the Ash King, and bypassed that city in favor of attacking Mournhold. High King Wulfharth was an Altmore. It was basically let me break this down a bit. Alright, so basically in a nutshell, I know I mentioned Wulfharth earlier and now he's called the Ash King. What's the deal with that? If y'all remember the battle earlier between the Nerevar and King Durmak, the war between the Chimer and the battle for Red Mountain, basically, some interlopers on the Dark Elf side with Dagoth and all that. We'll get into him later. Basically, kind of took the ashes of a dead Roofbur, basically, and brought him back in a zombie form, but his soul was in there. Basically, it's weird. I'll get into it maybe in another video. Basically, in a nutshell, at this point in time, Wulfharth, the Ash King, was basically a force of nature kind of deal. Basically, he's very powerful. He is considered he's not a king. It's a type. Very powerful being, elicits roars of Nords everywhere to go fight, and he can also fuck shit up. So a man whose legend spans centuries, millennium. The Akaviri folks just didn't want to fuck around with it. So they instead decided to go to Mournhold instead. And Dur Kamal was trapped between Yorn's forces and a Dunmer army led by Alamaxia. With the timely aid of a phalanx of Argonian troops, they drove the Akaviri invaders into the sea to drown. Another account states the Akaviri invaders of Marwyn were wiped out when the Vect flooded the land. So that was probably a tale that happened later. In reality, what ended up happening there was at Vivek Antlers, which is like basically on the coast of Ebonheart, kind of old Ebonheart. At Vivek Antlers, that was where the armies of Yoren, Alamaxia, and the Argonians kind of converged, and the aftermath was Yoren the Skald King is crowned High King of Skyrim. Having defeated the Akaviri invaders, Yoren returns to Windhelm, is crowned High King of Skyrim in the throne room of the Palace of Kings. Yoren the Skald King's Yoren is called the Skald King because he was second in line for the throne. His older sister was very capable, very smarter than him, he would admit, and definitely much better would have been as the ruler, as queen. So Yoren went to fucking the Bard's College in Solitude and was planning to just, like, bum around for the rest of his life because he didn't really have any responsibilities until his sister got gutted in Windhelm, so that he had to basically become king. The Ebonheart Pact is formed. So, following the Second Akaviri invasion, the provinces of Morrowind, Skyrim, and Blackmoor signed a mutual defensive pact in the city of Ebonheart. So, like, to be clear, the Akaviri invasion is resolved. They signed the Ebonheart Pact, and with the fact that he did that, goes back to Wellington, and his claim to the throne is completely uncontested. Period. The year after this, the Emperor Leovic commissions the first Emperor's Guide to Tamriel, and then 3 years after that, Varen's Rebellion begins. Leovic, the last of a dynasty of Reachmen known as the Longhouse Emperors, legalizes Daedra worship throughout Cyrodiil, immediately sparking rebellion. So, like, the Longhouse Emperors, like, did Daedra worship, but because they were emperors, like, nobody could really do anything about it, and the people that were protected by them couldn't really do anything about it. But Leovic finally took the final step and just said, you know what? Go ahead. You can worship whatever you want. I don't give a shit. And basically, it started a religious schism in Cyrodiil. Baron Aquelios, the Count of Kavach, marshals the armies of the Colovian estates against the Emperor. Euraxia Tharn and Tharn's imperial forces take control of Rimmon, that is Abnar Tharn's sister, keep that in mind, assassinating the Khajiit king Hemekar and his family. Euraxia proclaims herself Queen of Rimmon. Conflict between Kavach and Anvil erupts. Shortly after, Carolus Aquelios assumed temporary command of Kavach. Anvil's imperial prefect from Baranis attempts to seize Varen Aquelios' properties and holdings. Carolus repels several attacks on Kavach and severely weakens Anvil's defenses. Fortana Abdugal declares herself governor of Anvil. Captain Fortana takes advantage of the weakened city and deposes the imperial prefect with her pirate army. The Nordic hold of Carthald is established. High King Svargrim creates the hold to guard western Skyrim's southern border from incursions from hostile Reachmen. The town of Carthwatch is established shortly after. Baron's Rebellion ends in 577. After a bitter war, Baron Aquelios' forces storm the imperial city and defeat Emperor Leovic's last remaining legion. Varen personally kills Leovic in the imperial throne room and proclaims himself emperor. Baron Aquelios leads the 5 companions on a quest to retrieve the Amulet of Kings. Sorry, my bad. To retrieve the Amulet of Kings. Seeking to legitimize his rule, Varen and his allies, Lyris Titanboard, Saisahan, Abnarthon, and Manamarco, embark on a quest for the lost Amulet of Kings, which Manamarco asserts can be used in a ritual to persuade Akatoch to make Varen a Dragonborn. Because it just so happens that luckily, the Alicia's lineage was Dragonborn. The Remen dynasty, they were all Dragonborn. And the Longhouse Emperor's Durak, he was technically a Dragonborn. Dragonborns are the only ones that are able to sit on the throne for two reasons. One, fancy haha woo woo lore reasons, and second, if there's not a Dragonborn on the throne, shit gets fucky. That's how you get the plane meld, and that's how you get the Oblivion Crisis, which happened in the next era. We'll get to it, but yeah, Varen wasn't a Dragonborn, and they needed to fix that so they could keep the. They didn't realize that it wasn't common knowledge that the link between Oblivion, like the barrier of preventing Oblivion from like just coming into Nirn whenever they want, was the Amulet of Kings, was basically a Dragonborn emperor sitting on the throne of Cyrodiil and lighting the dragon fires or whatever. And that wasn't common knowledge, so Varen just thinks he needed it to like have a legitimate claim as emperor, basically. Actually, now that I think about it, Durok wasn't a Dragonborn, but his wife Ayaxia Tharn was, and so she lit the dragon fires, and her subsequent children did as well. So there we go. Whatever. All right. Seeking to legitimize this rule, yeah. They recover the amulet from Sancretor. Chancellor Abner Tharn commissions a revision to the Emperor's Guide of Tamriel, and the Soul Burst occurs. A lot happens here. All right, so Mannimarca betrays Varen Aquarios during his attempt to use the Amulet of Kings to become Dragonborn, corrupting the ritual and breaking the ancient covenant with Akatosh that sealed Nirn from oblivion. An explosion of arcane energy, the Soul Burst, causes Varen to vanish, and his mystical aftershocks sweep across Nirn, causing mages to die or go mad, and danger to appear in great numbers. The constellation of the Serpent to dominate the night sky. In the ensuing chaos, the Daedric prince Molag Bal deploys dark anchors to begin pulling Nirn into his realm of Cold Harbor to merge the two together in a process known as the Plane Meld. The Gold Coast also secedes from the Empire. Governor Fortana army attacks Kavash, resulting in what was known as the Gottshall Massacre. Count Carlos Aquelios of Anvil accepts defeat and agrees to swear fealty to an independent Gold Coast. Clivia Tharn becomes Empress Regent following the disappearance of Varen Aquelios. In her husband's absence, Sylvia Tharn assumes regency over the imperial throne. Sylvia's reign reportedly ushers in a time of madness, murder, and decay. Aren is crowned Queen of Alinor after disappearing in the Second Era 573. Aren was assumed lost, and her eldest brother, Prince Naman, was named the next heir to the throne. When King Heldith died and Naman prepared to assume the throne, Aren returned to Somerset Isle, asserted her prior claim, and was crowned. Same year, Aldmeri Dominion is formed in need of allies following their own internal troubles. The provinces of Elsewhere and Valen would petition Somerset for aid, and their nations joined together to become the first Aldmeri Dominion. The Three Banners War starts. The Aldmeri Dominion, Ebonheart Pact, and Daggerfell Covenant clash to wrest control of the Ruby Throne from the Empire of Cyrodiil and defend themselves against the Imperials under Molag Bal's influence. The Dominion seeks to re-establish elven dominance over Tamriel to protect it from the carelessness of younger races. Fucking elven supremacy bullshit. The Covenant intends to restore the Second Empire and return peace and stability to Tamriel. Respectable. And the Pact desires to defeat the Imperials in order to preserve the independence of their homelands. The Five Companions are reformed to stop Molag Bal's plane meld. Their members include Varen Aquelios, Sai Sahan, Abner Tharn, Lairs Tynaborn, and the prophesized Vestige. Vestige being your playable character in the Elder Scrolls Online. The Mortum Vivicus is destroyed. The Fighters Guild successfully destroys the Mortum Vivicus with their newest champion. The Mortum Vivicus is basically a powerful Daedric Molag Bal weapon. It's a massive spell that's capable of holding and harnessing thousands of souls. It can destroy Tamriel if it was released. Whatever. The Mages Guild Sanctuary of Ivea returns to Tamriel after nearly 1,000 years of being in the Shivering Isles after Archmage Shalador lost it to a bet against Sheogorath. The Mages Guild Sanctuary of Ivea was returned real space, basically. 580. This is all same year, by the way, and this is all going to be in the same year, 582, because all of this happened in 1 year, and frankly, if I'm being honest, all of this could probably be considered its own Dragon Break. So while this video is going to stand, there's probably going to be new lore tidbits here and there that are going to be included for the entire duration of the lifespan of Elder Scrolls Online. We're going to go through it as it is at this moment in time. Things might change. I don't give a shit. They're probably going to retcon it with a Dragon Break anyways. I don't give a damn. The plane meld ends. 3 Alliance leaders meet on the island of Stirk in neutral territory to discuss an invasion of Cold Harbor. After they fail to come to an agreement, they are attacked by the forces of Molag Bal, after which they give their blessings to the Mages and Fighters Guild, spearheading an assault into the Daedric realm. They combine forces of the guilds, charge into Cold Harbor, led by the Vestige, playable character and also the line. There, they destroy the Great Shackle and seal the planar vortex, thus ending the plane meld. Daedric plots in the Imperial City are foiled, and in a final attempt to restart the plane meld, Molag Bal focuses on occupation of the Imperial City. A Dragon Guard agent called the Drake of Blades, with the help of the Vestige, stopped Molag Bal's plot to destroy the Sublime Brazier, a key to rekindling the Dragonfires. The attempt at a second plane meld, the plane meld of Verse, is also stopped with the slaying of Molag Enna at the top of the White Gold Tower. Molag Bal is banished. Banishes Molag Bal within his own realm, thus finally stopping his bid for merging Nerd and Cold Harbor into one nightmarish hellscape. With it, the souls stolen by him are released from his clutches and go to the proper fucking afterlife it's supposed to go to. The Orsinium considers withdrawing from the Daggerfall Covenant. King Kurog of Orsinium is slain in late autumn after a failed attempt to unite the Orc clans of Hrothgar under his rule by assassinating the clan chiefs who refused to follow Trinimac. Remember how Trinimac, after being corrupted by Boethia, was turned into Malekith, and all his followers returned from Alids, or not Alids, Aldmer into orcs, and people, and you know, the difference between Trinimac worship and Malekith worship is pretty stark. They both favor ferocity, battle, and combat and prowess, but like in honor and principles and stuff. But Trinimac tends to lead more onto the honor aspect of things, and Malekith tends to lead more on the bloodlust type of things. So there's a schism in regards to who wants to do who, and the honor, the less bloodshed part, I like Kurog probably viewed it as basically an easier way to control a population. You know, people, if you don't want everybody killing each other, it's hard to have a functioning state that way. So I get where he's coming from. Regardless, since Orsinium's membership of the Daggerfall Covenant was based on an agreement between King Kurog and High King Emmerich, the chiefs of Orsinium consider leaving the Covenant. The Thieves Guild of Abadah's Landing is restored to its former glory after a failed heist resulting in the persecution from Teneth. The Thieves Guild of Abadah's Landing is restored to its prime and begins to spread its influence throughout Tamriel. Count Perilos Aquilios of Kavath emerges as the dominant power on the Gold Coast, shielded from the ongoing alliance by Varen's Wall. Basically, when Varen did the call to action to go take down the Longhouse Emperors, basically everybody in his sphere of influence was like, let's build a fucking wall to protect our homeland, and let's do it. So basically anyone that could fight went to go fight, and anybody that couldn't fight basically got a shovel, started digging and building a fucking wall. It's basically like a giant fucking wall that blocks you off from the rest of Cyrodiil. And yeah, that's why, you know, shielded by the ongoing alliance war by Varen's Wall, a de facto independent Gold Coast sees the end of the power struggle between Anvil, Kavach, and the Order of the Hour. Aquilius has Governor Fortana ap Dugal of Anvil assassinated by the Dark Brotherhood, facing persecution from Order of the Hour. The Brotherhood subsequently kills Primate Antorius Ponticus, stopping him from raising an army against Aquilios. So, unironically, the Brotherhood were the good guys in that story. Weirdly enough. Vardenfell is saved from the machinations of Clavicus Vile and Barbas. Seeking to gain entry to Sothosil's Clockwork City, the Daedric Prince and his minions steal the Staff of Sunara, a tool Sothosil had created for experimenting with his power. Basically, it has the ability to take, like, power away from divine beings and stuff, of which Sothosil is one. Unfortunately, it was used. The staff ends up in the hands of the Ashlander Kahun Sholda, who aspired to the title of Nerevarine, which he wasn't. That was the entire plot of Morrowind. We'll get there in the Third Era. Chodala uses the staff. Chodala's use of the staff drains power away from Vivek, which weakens the warrior poet's hold over the moonlit Bardau and endangers all of Vardenfell. Bardau is basically the fucking rock that sits that Sheogorath decided to just launch at the Vivek city, like the city of Vivek, which is one of the largest cities, which is in construction at this period in time. For funsies, fucking Sheogorath just decided, oh, that looks nice, let me break your Legos, yeet! And just yeeted the fucking moon, like a fucking asteroid at Vivek City, and Vivek basically stopped it with divine magic powers because he's God. He's literally a living God, so that's what he did that. And as I was saying, fortunately, the champion of Azura, a clockwork mage, and an outlander came to Vivek's aid. Chodala is discredited and defeated. Clavicus' vile plot is thwarted, and Vivek's power is restored. Meanwhile, a plot by Nocturnal to take over the Clockwork City is foiled, so the Syl Shadow serving Nocturnal is summoned and replaces him as ruler of the Clockwork City. At the same time, the Blackfeather Court enters the city, steals the skeleton key which had been in the Clockwork God's possession. The Vestige, main character, playable character, Elder Scrolls Online, assisted by Davoth Fyr. There's so much I could get into with Davoth Fyr, but I can't. There's so much more I have to talk about. I'm so sorry. And the Clockwork Apostles unveil the plot, but are unable to retake the skeleton key before it's taken by Syl Shadow. Using the key, Nocturnal and the Shadow attempt to take over the Clockwork City, but are stopped by the Vestige, Davoth Fyr, and the Clockwork Apostles, who save Syl by defeating his Shadow. Syl gives the skeleton key to Davoth Fyr for safekeeping. The Crystal Tower is saved from a triad of Daedric princes. The three Daedric princes, Clavicus Vile, Mephala, and Nocturnal, attempt to execute their plan to take control of the Crystal Tower on the Somerset Isle using the Heart of Transcendent Law. We mentioned that earlier when talking about Issachus of the Sigic Order and the Sea Slope, which they had made Right Master Ichus of the Sigic Order steal around the Second Era 230, but also hidden it from them. After they trick Ichus to reveal the heart's location, that being within himself, they kill him, but Nocturnal betrays Clavicus Vile and Mephala by taking the heart for herself. With it, she takes control of the Crystal Tower, hoping to use its properties to achieve omnipresence in the entire Arubis. Meaning, hold on. So what the fuck does that mean again? So remember this? The outer rim is Arubis. The Arubis is everything inside this circle, the outer rim. So she wanted to be omnipresent throughout. She was basically God among gods, present in all spaces and able to influence all. She would have basically been able to turn all of the Arubis into her domain. Basically becoming God of gods, and like how she was how she made her own, area, like her own plane out of her divine essence in Oblivion. She was going to basically do that to be all of Arubis, which would have been a bad thing, because the Gloam Weave is not a fantastic place of Daedric proportions, just saying. However, her plans were foiled by the Vestige and the Sigic Order, assisted by the two betrayed princes and a champion of Merida, and the heart was returned to the Crystal Tower, thank God. The remnant of Argon is recovered, and the Root Whisper tribe is restored. The vestige aids Cyrodiilic collections, basically a fucking expedition or thing into the deep parts of Black Marsh, in recovering a powerful artifact that contains the spirits of the lost Argonian tribe in Murkmire. Sheogorath unleashes various Daedric artifacts into Cyrodiil. In order to relieve his own boredom of the Three Banners War, Daedric Prince Sheogorath temporarily claims several artifacts belonging to other Daedric princes. He then offers them to the combatants in Cyrodiil to bring upheaval in the glowing conflict. So he didn't unleash so functionally in the game, he's talking about Volendrung, the fucking hammer, which is like this really powerful artifact that can you can individually knock down like keep walls and stuff. It's really powerful. The problem is that it's not various things, it's literally just the hammer, because PvP is the most neglected part of the Elder Scrolls Online, and they haven't added anything they hadn't added any of the new Daedric artifacts when they said they would, and that's just something they fucking forgot. Because, fuck PvPers, I guess, which I kind of get. They're kind of the worst, but that's just me. A dragon threat is averted in Elsewire. The Imperial Battle Mage Abnar Tharn accidentally unseals the legendary Halls of Colossus. Remember those? The dragons that were sealed in by a bunch of champions, and, they were part of, they were a rage of dragons, and, they're part of Alwyn's, and they went off and tried to do their own thing. Well, yeah, they've been in the Hall of Colossus this whole time. They're still alive. They never got caught by the Dragon Guard. And, Abnar Tharn, believing it contained a powerful weapon, hopefully to restore order in Cyrodiil. This results in a rage of dragons sealed away by the Khajiit hero Kunzari in the Merethic era being unleashed upon Elsewhere. The dragons form an alliance with Euraxia Tharn, the ruler of Rimmon. The alliance is short-lived, though, as the vestige slays Euraxia, bringing Rimmon back under the control of the Khajiit. Euraxia basically did like your typical colonialism to oppress the Khajiit. The dragons plot to obtain the lunar power of Jod and Jod using the moon gate of Anequia, but they are also stopped by the vestige when he steps into the plane of Jod, banishing the dragon leader, Calgronted. Kamara, the daughter of King Hemakar, is crowned Queen of Rimmon. Also, the Dragon Guard is reformed in Southern Elsewhere. So the Dragon Guard was kind of not really a thing, and, over 40 years, they due to the Longhouse Emperors falling fucking through, and the Dragon Guard was non-existent, so it was reformed in Southern Elsewhere. The ex-members of the Five Companions, Sai Sahan and the Vestige assemble a new Dragon Guard, largely consisting of ex-pirates and Imperial soldiers, to defend Palatine from the dragon threat with the help of the dragon Nafalar. Remember him? We were talking about him earlier. They managed to acquire the powerful artifact, the Mask of Alkosh, to defeat the dragon Latvalan, who is Callan-Groteed's what's his name? Who is Callan-Groteed's lieutenant. Callan-Groteed returns to Elsewhere after being banished, seeking to use the Aeon Stone found on the island of Dragonhold to gain the power of a god, becoming the prophesized Dark Aeon. The new founded Dragon Guard are aided by Nafalar, Abnar Tharn, and Queen Kamara in destroying the Aeon Stone and defeating Callan-Groteed. However, Callan-Groteed is able to absorb a great amount of power before being killed, which risks destroying all of Elsewhere if not contained. Nafalar and Abnar Tharn use their combined power to contain it, resulting in the disappearance and possible death of the latter. He's not coming back. His ass is coming back. I bet you money. The death of High King Svargrim. House Ravenwatch agent Fenorian, representative of King Yoren, King Yoren's Lyris Titanborn, ex-member of the Five Companions. Princess of Western Skyrim Savannah and the Vestige join forces to unveil a vampiric threat that looms over Skyrim. Rada al-Saran personally approaches High King Svargrim of Solitude, offering him incredible power in exchange for his servitude. The High King agrees and becomes a vampire lord. The Grey Host, together with the Ice Coven, create Hailstorms, magical weather anomalies, to pull their comrades out of Cold Harbor, and then using the Stone Husks, which are basically alchemical, stone statues, to fully restore their corporeal forms, allowing them to live once more, killing hundreds of inhabitants of Skyrim in the process. The Grey Host takes control of Castle Dower, unleashing a powerful hero storm inside the city. After a great battle, High King Svargrim is slain and the Grey Host is defeated, retreating from western Skyrim. Relations between the West and the East improve as King Yoren offers aid to the victims of the Virens attack, and Princess Savannah becomes Jarl of Solitude. The Grey Host also gets destroyed in the Reach. This was the final death knell of the Grey Host. Reach folk Ard Khadik consolidates more power over the Reach folk clans. A faction of rebels led by Arana is formed in opposition to the power of Ard. The Grey Host unleash an attack on the citizens of Marksarth as a sacrifice for the Dark Heart. Rondus Ravenwatch, assisted by the Vestige, defeats Rada al-Saran, releases the souls harnessed by the Grey Host, and resurrects the Reach folk who died during the Grey Host's assault on Markarth. The rebels and loyalists of Ard join forces, and a peace treaty between the Reach, Western Skyrim, and Eastern Skyrim is signed, and peace going forward in a reunified Skyrim, it looks to be more possible now than ever. Also, just to be perfectly clear, Rada al-Saran, he was the ancient warrior who he needs an entire video on himself. Because we mentioned the Grey Folk earlier back in the first era, but we weren't able to touch on them much except until we got here. Sombren, Kalia, and Destron, out of the three of the 4 ambitions, have been released. This is the search for the 4 ambitions. Assassins have been targeting members of the Elder Council in Blackwood. Councilors Velen, Sophis, Jurich, and Alpor have been successfully assassinated. It is revealed that Councilor Eritis Vendicia was the High Priest of Maroon's Dagon. His forces surround Gideon, and even Dagon himself makes an appearance, but they are ultimately defeated at Fort Redmane. Maris Dagon is banished to oblivion, and the 4th ambition, who is actually the anchorite of Fargrave, is unveiled as the illegitimate daughter of Emperor Morikar and Sister Celadina. Maris Dagon materializes within Fort Sundercliff, but his egonamic is employed to banish him back. Lyrinth, Daedra, who helped you through this entire endeavor, absconds with the powers of the 4 ambitions, vanishing to employ them for undisclosed purposes. The machinations of the Ascendant Order on High Isle. Lord Bacaro Valaris, heading the Society of the Steadfast, takes charge of organizing negotiations on the High Isles, aiming to halt the ongoing Three Banners War. The Ascendant Order, a clandestine pan-Tamrielic society opposed to monarchies, grows in power and prominence. Prince Ernsgar, Queen Aren, and High King Emmerich face assassination attempts in a fierce battle unfold on All Flags Islet, the legendary, the ancient docks that once housed the All Flags fleet that destroyed the Slode, between the forces of the Ascendant Order and opposing factions, resulting in the demise of the Ascendant Magus. The prophecy of Caesarin comes to fruition. What is Caesarin? Caesarin was the Druid King. He was the last in the line of Druid Kings, and his position was of a Druid's philosophical figure that is revered in High Rock. He was basically super active in Galen and High Isle and stuff like this, broadly speaking, and was very powerful, to the point where he very well could have his power of magic and druidic magic alone could have taken over. He could have made High Isle the seat of power for a new empire, and it would have been with greatest of ease. The prophecy of Caesarin was basically the principle of the next person in line, like the next Druid King who would do great things or whatever, in either create an empire of green or an empire of thorns, good ending, bad ending, basically. Free is awakened. Free is basically a spirit that would coronate the Druid King. Archdruid Orlith of the Firesong Circle collaborates with the Dreadsails and lays siege to Vestir, aiming to proclaim herself as the new Druid King. However, her attempt proves unsuccessful. Count Leonard Morinard tragically passes away during the siege, and his son Stefan Monard assumes leadership over Galen. Lord Bacaro Volaris is unveiled as the leader of the Ascendant Order and descendant of House Murchad, the lineage of the Druid King Kassaran. He steals the regalia of the Druid King and endeavors to declare himself the new Druid King. His restless act triggers the eruption of Mount Firesong for the third time. In a heroic act, Free sacrifices themselves to protect others. Peace Doctor's Room following these tumultuous events, but ultimately the outcome remains uncertain and unknown. Because then why would they have like the Cyrodiil PvP zone anymore at that point? Moving on about 20-30-ish years into the future, Elder Scrolls Online events are still going on, still a lot of content to be made, blah, 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 blah. We're into the 7th century now. The last documented case of the Canopian flu is in 603. Even after the plague passed, non-Argonians tend to avoid Black March out of fear, and the Mages Guild on Stros Makai gets fully chartered. In the 8th century, at 730, Artaeum returns. The island of Artaeum reappears, having vanished for 500 years. The Sigic order returns with the island, but is no longer led by Ixis. The 9th century, Rengudul Katal is born, and Riemann secedes from elsewhere. Again, despite essentially becoming its own kingdom, Remen continues to pay tribute to the Maid of Elsewhere to ensure its independence. 828 is the probable birth of Tiber Septim, maybe? The Aldmeri Dominion is reformed again. This is the second Aldmeri Dominion, by the realms of Somerset, Isles, and Valenwood when the heirs of the Camoran dynasty began to fight over the Valenwood throne. Cyrus is born. Cyrus, the famous Rhaegar mercenary, is born in the city of Sentinel. The Tiber Wars began. Forces led by General Talos, later known as Tiber Septim, begins a series of conflicts that result in the unification of Tamriel under the Third Empire and mark the final years of the Second Era. The stronghold of Sancretor is captured by Nord-Breton invaders. In the dead of winter, General Talos leads a daring assault against overwhelming odds, retakes the stronghold, and recovers the Amulet of Kings from the tomb of Remen III below Sancretor. The King of Colovian Estates is assassinated by a High Rock Nightblade. Just before his coronation as the Emperor, the assassin also burns the Imperial Palace to the ground and attempts to kill General Talos, who is crowned in Cholchlin's stead as Tiber Septim. Thasiad II dies, High King of Hammerfell, dies of natural causes, being considerably ill and old at the time of his death. After his death, the leader of the Forebears, Baron Volek, starts a revolution to reinstate the public. Forebears, crowns, that's a lot. That's going to have to wait. Sorry. The Battle of Hunding Bay. Crown Prince Ator, son of Thasiad II, heir to Hammerfell and leader of the Crowns, leads his forces in continual victory over the Forebears. Desperate, the Forebears ask Tiber Septim for help, who sends his forces led by Lord Admiral Emil Richten, who destroys the Crown forces at the harbor of Stros Makai. The Dwarven Reclamation Act is passed in the same year, giving the Imperial Archaeological Study free rein over Dwarven ruins. Same year, Stros Makai Uprising, the date of the Redguard Rebellion on Stros Makai off the coast of Hammerfell. The Restless League, led by siblings Cyrus and Azara, destroy the Imperial fleet in the harbor of Stros Makai and defeats a small contingent of Imperial Legion stationed on the island. Lord Amal Richten, the provisional governor of Stros Makai, dies at the hands of Cyrus, wielding his sword enchanted with the soul of Crown Prince Ator. Baron Volag comes out of hiding and retakes the Forebear city of Sentinel. Following the two uprisings, Emperor Tiber Septim is forced to sign a peace treaty on terms more favorable to Hammerfell. Symmachus is born. Symmachus, a future general of the Imperial Legion and husband to Queen Berenzia, is born. Dagoth reawakens in the Second Era, 882. Dagoth and his Ash Vampires awaken underneath Red Mountain, where they bind themselves to the heart of Lorkhan and cause the mountain to erupt. They ambushed the tribunes during their annual ritual bathing in the heart's power and drove them off. From then on, the tribunal was cut off from the heart's chamber and would launch intermittent campaigns to attempt to force their way inside. The event led to Sothasil to begin development on the Mechanical Heart, a synthetic replication of the Heart of Lorkhaj. of Lorcan, I mean to say. Berenzia is born. Berenzia, the future queen of Morrowind and later Wayrest, is born. Tiber Septim conquers Tamriel in 896, conquering most of the lands of Tamriel with the aid of the dwarven artifact, the Numidium, in the battle mage Zurin Archytas. Finally uniting Tamriel under the Third Empire. The time of Tiber's reign is considered by many to have been a just and glorious one, among the best in Tamriel's history. The beginning of the Third Era is pronounced by Tiber Septim at the end of the year. My voice box hurts. Okay, we are now in the Third Era. This is where the majority of Elder Scrolls games take place. But that's closer to the end. We got a lot to do to get there first. Third Era is at year 0, proclaimed by Tiber Septim. While after unification of all provinces, Third Era starts. The reign of Hlalu Athen Lithian begins. The Duke of Mournhold's reign begins. The Encyclopedia Tamrielica is published during the early years of Tiber Septim's reign. Destri Murlog is born. Born simply as Destri in the city-state of Rihad, Destri Murlog would become a well-known historian and translator of old Redguard verses. 38 years after the start of his international reign, Tiber Septim dies, and Emperor Pelagius Septim I is crowned. And he's succeeded by his grandson, Pelagius I. Destri Murlog enters the Imperial City. The famed Redguard historian and translator begins study at the age of 19 in the Imperial City, where he takes the last name of Murlog. Emperor Pelagius I dies. Empress Katrina Septim I is crowned. Pelagius is assassinated by the Dark Brotherhood with no direct heirs to the throne. The crown passes to the departed emperor's first cousin. 7 years later, Empress Katrina dies. Her son's crowned after his death, and the first emperor of Tamriel to use the name Uriel, he's crowned as Uriel Septim I. Prince Enochius is born. Prince Enochius is born to the future emperor Pelagius Septim II. Prince Pelagius Septim II meets Princess Quintilla. The future emperor Pelagius II meets his future wife, the Princess of Comlorn. Together they purportedly defeat a werewolf who was terrorizing her land. Uriel I dies. Uriel II is crowned as the fifth emperor. Tragically, the rule of Uriel I was cursed with blights, plagues, and insurrections. The tenderheartedness inherited from his father does not serve the land well, and little justice is done. Potama, the future Queen of Solitude, is born the second of 4 children, the only daughter of Pelagius Septim II. Potama becomes the better known later as the Wolf Queen. Y'all might remember her from the Skyrim quest. Princess Potama is promised to wed King Mantikara. The 13-year-old is promised to the King of Solitude the smooth relations with the Northern Kingdom. Prince Mardico marries Princess Potama at the 14-year-old granddaughter of Emperor Uriel Septim II, marries the King of Solitude. Uriel dies. Pelagius II is crowned. Uriel dies after an 18-year reign. The emperor is succeeded by his son Pelagius II. Pelagius inherits not only his throne, but the debt from his father's poor financial and judicial management. Uriel Mantikara was born after several miscarriages. Queen Potama of Solitude gives birth to her first and only child, who she names after her grandfather. On the 15th of Evening Star, Emperor Pelagius II dies. The emperor dies in the waning days of the year after a 17-year reign. His successor isn't appointed until the following year, and Emperor Enochius is crowned. Emperor Pelagius II dies, and his son Enochius inherits the kingdom. His reign is rife with civil wars, surpassing even that of his grandfather. In the 2nd century, Princess Kinyara is born. The future Empress Kintaria II is born to Emperor Enochius and his wife Gisela. The Apicilius Lemebal ta Mesremorte is translated. The University of Gwilym Press finishes translating the tale. Debauchery in the Imperial City. 10 years into his reign, the obese and lecherous Emperor Enochius has done little to impress his subjects besides the unquenchable hedonism he exhibits. The War of the Isle. During the reign of Emperor Enochius, the province of Somerset was nearly lost to Marmor, united alliance of the kings of Somerset and Annachius only managed to defeat King Orknum of the Kingdom of Padonia due to a freak storm. Legends later credit the Sigil Order of the Isle of Artaeum with the magic behind the storm. The Knights of the Nine are founded. The Knights of the Nine were founded by Sir Emil Alanius, a hero of the War of the Isle, with the aim of recovering the lost relics of Pelennor Whitestrike. Empress Kinrada Septim reportedly dies. Some sources later erroneously assert that Empress Kinrada was slain after being captured by Uriel III. In truth, she was not even Empress yet at this time and doesn't die until the Third Era, 123, the 23rd of Frostfall, now named the Day of Broken Diamonds. Pelagius III is born. The future Emperor of Tamriel is born to Magnus Septim, then King of Wayrest. Emperor Annachius dies. Empress Kinthra Septim II is crowned. She's chosen by the Elder Council over King Uriel Monticaro, despite lobbying efforts of his mother Potema. Uriel III is proclaimed emperor. The Imperial City is taken in only a fortnight, as 2 other attacks draw away Imperial forces. The Imperial City itself is taken over in only a fortnight. Uriel III is proclaimed Emperor of Tamriel. He abandons his father's surname of Monticaro and takes the Septim name. Empress Kinyara Septim II is taken captive in High Rock as Tamriel sides with Uriel III and his uncles. The War of the Red Diamond. This was the war between the 3 surviving children of Pelagius II, Potema, Sepphoris I, and Magnus, and their respective offspring. Potema, of course, fully supports her son and has all the support of Skyrim and Northern Morrowind. With the efforts of Sepphoris, Magnus, and all of High Rock eventually supports them. Hammerfell, Somerset Isle, Valenwood, elsewhere, and Black March were divided, but most kings supported Sepphoris and Magnus. The Empress Kinyara Septim dies in her cell, although reportedly to have died 10 years prior. The captive Empress Kinyara dies in secret in her cell. The 23rd of Frostfall is later named the Day of Broken Diamond in her memory. Uriel III dies. Emperor Sepphoris I is crowned. Uriel III is captured at the Battle of Ichdag in Hammerfell en route to his trial at the Imperial City. A mob overtakes his carriage and burns him alive within it. His captor and uncle continues on to the Imperial City and by common acclaim becomes Emperor Sepphoris I. Sepphoris' reign is marked with nothing but war. The empire ascends to demand greater autonomy from the nobility in the outlying provinces except for elsewhere. It takes Sepphoris an additional 10 years of constant warfare to defeat his sister Potama, who, by the way, rose fucking legions of undead to try and get the power of the Empire. The Knights of the Nine are dissolved. The Knightly Order is formally dissolved, having never truly recovered following the War of the Red Diamond. Deathstream Millark dies. The famed Gregor historian translator dies at the age of 113, leaving numerous unfinished histories and untranslated verse. Potama, Queen of Solitude, dies. A so-called Wolf Queen of Solitude dies during the siege of her castle. Sir Casimir loses the gauntlets of the Crusader after a knight kills a beggar in a chapel of Stendar and Chorrol. The gauntlets slip off his hands and lie immovable on the chapel floor, waiting for a new champion. Emperor Sepphoris I dies. Emperor Magnus is crowned. Sepphoris never had time to marry, so it is his brother, the 4th child of Pelagius II, who assumes the throne. Emperor Magnus is elderly, and the business of punishing traitorous kings of the War of Red Diamond drains much of his health. King Pelagius of Solitude marries the Duchess Carteria of Vardenfell. The future Empress of Tamriel is recorded as occasionally eccentric in imperial annals. He marries the Duchess on the orders of his father, Emperor Magnus. The 8th of Second Seed, Emperor Magnus dies. Emperor Pelagius III is crowned, otherwise known as Pelagius the Mad. He leaves the throne of Solitude to his sister Jolith. Almost from the start, Pelagius III, sometimes called Pelagius the Mad, becomes noted for his eccentric behavior, embarrasses dignitaries, offends his vassal kings, and on one occasion marks the end of a grand ball by attempting to hang himself. The last sighting of Sir Amal Lanius, the founder of the Knights of the Nine, is seen for the last time living alone in the priory of his defunct order. The siege of Arbonat also takes place in Morrowind in the same year. Third Era, 153, Second of Sun's Dawn. Emperor Pelagius III dies. Empress Carteria is crowned. After being committed to an asylum due to his madness on a warm night, after a brief fever, the 34-year-old Emperor Pelagius dies in his cell at the Temple of Kinnereth on the Isle of Bethany. Carteria, the Duchess of Vardenfell and Empress Regent, following the commitment of her husband, formally becomes the controversial new empress. Kadaraya's 46-year reign is later remembered as one of the most glorious in Tamriel's history. Kadaraya travels extensively throughout the Empire, and no emperor had since Tiber's day. She repairs much of the damage that broken alliances and bungled diplomacy has created. The people of Tamriel come to love their empress, though many nobles are not as fond. Rangdil Cattell dies. The commander of the Ordinators of the Tribunal Temple dies at the age of 288. Emperor Kadaraya dies. Emperor Cassadir is crowned. Kadaraya's death is in a minor skirmish in Black March later becomes a favorite topic of conspiracy-minded historians. It later comes to light that a disenfranchised branch of the Septim family is involved. When Casimir assumes the throne of his dead mother, he's already middle-aged and in poor health. He dies 2 years later, and Emperor Uriel IV is crowned. But the thing is, though, is that Cassadir's half-brother and child of Kadaraya the First and her imperial consort abdicates the throne of Wayrest to reign as Emperor Uriel the Fourth. Legally, he was Uriel Septim the Fourth. Cassier had adopted him in the family when he had become king of Wayrest. Nevertheless, to many people of Tamriel, Uriel the Fourth was a bastard child of Kadaraya. Uriel does not pass the dynamism of his mother, and his long 43-year reign becomes a hotbed of sedition. Song of the Athgalid of Men is published. It's a traditional Nordic poem published by the Athenian monks at Old Anthel. Emperor Uriel IV dies. Emperor Sepphoris II is crowned. The Eldest Council's last victory over Uriel IV is posthumous. They vote to disinherit Adaric, Uriel IV's sons. They also vote to coordinate a cousin more closely related to the original Septim line as Emperor Sepphoris II. Sepphoris, a formerly Nordic king, battles these loyal to Endoric for 9 years. The council controversially grants Endoric the Hierarch Kingdom of Stornhelm to end the war. Cameron usurper invades during the reign of Sepphoris II. The Cameron usurper leads an army of Daedra and undead warriors on a rampage through Valenwood, conquering the whole province in 2 years. There's the Hammerfell. Sepphoris sends more and more mercenaries to Hammerfell to stop the usurper's northward march, but they are bribed and turned into undead or slaughtered. Amnesty grows against the seemingly ineffective empire. A nightmare host controls Dwyn. The region of Dwyn is under the rule of a lich and his armies of undead. They are defeated by Othric, the future baron of the land. They were reportedly under the command of the Camoran usurper. Elenthar, Crown City, does not answer the clarion call of forebear cities Rahad and Tanith, allowing the Cameran usurper to continue march northward through Hammerfell. The Lord of Reach Broadkeep, Aunteclair, dies. The Lord falls deathly ill and dies later in the year. It was one of the reasons why the resistance to the usurper was so slow in Hierarch. One who only became fully aware of the usurper's conquest this year. Preparations did not begin until a year later. The Camoran usurper is defeated. So by the way, who is this Camoran usurper? He was known as the Heart King, the Haemon King, and he was a claimant to the throne of the Camoran dynasty of Valenwood. He was basically a sorcerer, and he basically was just going to, after taking over Valenwood, he was just trying to get more territory, but he ended up dying in the process. During the reign of Sepphoris II, the Camoran usurper leads the army of Daedra and undead warriors to rampage through Valenwood, conquering the province in 2 years. Then turns to Hammerfell. Sepphoris II sends more and more mercenaries to Hammerfell to stop the usurper's northward march. Oh yeah, I already said that, my bad. He's defeated. I lost my place, I was looking something up. Mankar Cameron, the son of the Camoran usurper and future leader of the Mythic Dawn, is born in the midst of this battle between Baron Orthric and his legendary allies, the rulers of Yakulon, Barlacus, and Gumbrina, assemble the greatest navy to date along Hierarch edge of the Lilac Bay, and defeats the usurper's forces in the Battle of Firewaves. Uriel V is crowned. Uriel V changes the perception of a weak empire by embarking on a series of invasions almost from the moment he takes the throne. He conquers Rosikra, which takes an island at the start of the campaign to secure the small islands lying between Tamriel and Akavir. He conquers Kanthose. It's basically all, like, Yensela. These are all like an archipelago of islands between Tamriel and Archivir as a refueling station to do the long journey between the continents. Prince Ural Septim VI is born. The future Emperor of Tamriel is born to Ural Septim V and his consort Thornica shortly before the Emperor leaves for Akavir. Captain Tordon Optigal dies after being trapped in a cavern for over 20 years. Tordon Optigal, captain of the Red Saber, dies. Emperor V invades Akavir. He sets forth with the largest fleet ever assembled in recorded history to invade the continent of Akavir. They arrive in Tsakti. Hold on. Okay, quick geography lesson. This is Tamriel. Almaris was down here. Aldmera was up here. That's what's left of Yakuta. This is where the sea elves live. This is Padonia. These are the islands that Uriel V overtook. And this is Akavir. Pretty fucking big, am I right? The Tsakti are usually the ones that do the invasions of Tamriel. And basically what ended up happening was they, from the islands they conquered, 6 weeks, they landed here. A little bit of lore here, because we're not really going to talk about it too much, because this is the story of everything that happens in Nirn is mostly Tamriel, and we don't really have a whole ton about Akavir. But let me just give you the quick skinny on it. All right, so check it. There are predominantly 4 separate races in Akavir that we are aware of. There are the Kapotun, there's the Tsakti, the Tangmo, and the Kamal. At this point in history, there are no more people. Basically, at this point in history, there's about to be no more people. We're getting to the time period where there is about to be no more people in Akavir. But at the time of this invasion, I think there's still basically a population left. There are 4 predominant races on Akavir. There are the Tangmo, which are basically monkey people that are half fucking crazy. You have the Kapotun, which are basically saber cat people. Think Khajiit, but on crack, and their god king is a dragon. You have the Kamal, who are basically fucking white. The Kamal are basically the fucking White Walkers, but they freeze every fucking winter, and every time summer comes around, they start invading. And the Tsakti are basically snake people, but they're also snake vampire people. Most of the Akaviri humans, their dress is very much influenced by the Tsakti's culture, which is very Sengoku Jidai Japan based. So there's your Akaviri lesson, just so y'all understand what's going on there. The Tsakti attempt to assassinate the Emperor in Ionith, but they are foiled by the 10th Legion. The Imperial province of Akavir and the surrounding areas of seas experience unusual weather around this time. So they basically got a huge chunk of Tsakti territory on the westmost coast of Akavir, and this was kind of where they set down roots as people. Uriel V is killed on Akavir at the battlefield of Ionith. His 5-year-old son becomes Emperor Ural Septim VI. The consort Thonaka, as Ural the 6th Mother, is given a restricted regency until Ural the 6th reaches the age of majority. The Elder Council retains the real power, as they had since the days of Kataria. 17 years later, Ural the 6th is given full license to rule. At 22 years old, he's given full license to rule. He would spend the next 6 years strong-arming the Elder Council. and Uriel the Sixth takes control. He can finally boast the conviction that he truly rules Tamriel after spending 6 years getting power restored to the office. Pelagius the Fourth is born. Pelagius, nephew to Emperor Uriel the Sixth, son of Aloysius and future emperor, is born. Arslan the Second is born, and his father to the future king of Daggerfall, Lysandras, is born. Emperor Uriel the Sixth dies. Empress Morihara is crowned. He falls off a horse and cannot be saved by the finest imperial healers. His beloved sister Morihartha takes the throne, and the second edition of Pocket Guide to the Empire is published, recognizing the changes that had taken place in the Empire in the last 375 years since the first edition was published. Empress Monatha commissions a second edition to update and correct the original version. Alosia dies. Sister of the Empress Monathia dies of fever. Nufaga is born, mother of the future king of Daggerfall. Lysandras is born. Empress Morihatha is assassinated. Emperor Pelagius the Fourth is crowned. She is assassinated, and her nephew takes over. Edware is born. Edware is the future king of Wayrest and husband to Carlonia. The Frontier Conquest is published, and Frontier Conquest and Accommodation: A Social History of Cyrodiil is published by the University of Willem Press. Bible of the Deep Ones. The Bible of the Deep Ones is given by the Chief of the Deep Ones to Erlav Moslin, founder of Hactor. Uriel Septim VII is born. The last and future emperor of Tamriel is born. Minisara is born. She is the future wife of Lysandras, the king of Daggerfall. Lysandras is born. He's the future king of Daggerfall, born to Arslan II and Nufaga. Book of the Dragonborn is written by Wheaton Priory. Emperor Pelagius the Fourth dies, and Emperor Uriel Septim the Seventh is crowned. He died after a 29-year reign. Pelagius the Fourth dies, and with Tamriel closer to unity than it had been since the days of Uriel the First. Emperor Uriel the Seventh succeeds him and continues with the unification of Tamriel. He focuses his efforts in eastern Tamriel, which is greatly aided by his imperial battle mage Jagar Tharn. Jagar Tharn of the historically famous and loyal to the emperor to Cyrodiil and the Empire, Tharns. The Arkerothi is born. Arkerothi, future queen of Sentinel and wife to Cameron, is born. The Eternal Champion is born. The hero who stopped Jagar Tharn's rule over Tamriel is born. Work begins on the Daggerfall Chronicles. The Apprentice is born. The unknown hero who defeated Maris Dagon at the Battle Spire is born. Blah blah blah. Heroes born. King born. Arislan born. Blah 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 blah. The Agent is born. The unnamed hero who put to rest the soul of King Lysandras is born. King Helsith is born. He is born to Queen Berenzia and Samarchius. Arslan II dies. And Crown Prince Gendal is born to Emperor Uriel the Septim VII and his wife Kalia Voria. Prince Enman is born. The Emperor Uriel Septim VII and his wife Kalia Voria have their second son. Prince Ebel is born. Emperor Uriel Septim VII and his wife Kalia Voria have their third son. Gothrid is born. Gothrid is born to Lysandras and Minisara, rulers of Daggerfall. Morga is born to Queen Berenzia and Samicius. Abaki is born to Camoran and Argothi, the rulers of Sentinel, and the Imperial Simulacrum begins. This is the events of the Elder Scrolls I arena on Tardas, the first of Hearthfire. Emperor Septim VII is betrayed by the Imperial battlemate Jagar Tharn and imprisoned in a dimension of Tharn's creation. Simicrus dies, husband of Berenzia, dies. Grithlik is born to Camoran and Arokthi, rulers of Sentinel. Carolina, queen of Wayrest and wife of Adre, die. Lithotun is born. He is born to Cabernet and Arokthi, rulers of Sentinel. And the 5 Years' War begins, the earliest date to which some traces of outbreak between Valenwood and elsewhere. Regional wars rage through Tamriel. The 5 Years' War breaks out in the first of several major regional wars over the next several years. The Arsinian War breaks out in Morrowind. Jagar Tharn makes a deal with Maris Dagon. Tharn offers Dagon control of the Battle Spire. The Battle Spire being basically a celestial citadel where all the Imperial battle mages were tested and trained and stuff. So that was a pretty huge fucking loss to the Empire. Umbra Keith is destroyed. A shadow conflict being created by the ongoing War of the Bend of Marak is destroyed by an unknown hero wielding the power of the 7 star teeth. The Umbra story is actually from a novel. It's actually a really, really cool story. The apprentice places a second place in a competition determining the next pupils of the battle spire and is sent to the Citadel. Jagar Tharn is defeated. Orsinium is refounded. A hero defeats the battle mage in the dungeons of the Imperial Palace and frees Emperor Uriel Septim from his other dimensional cell, ending the Imperial Simulacrum in an event historians entitled The Restoration. Gotwag Gro Nagrum refounds the nation of Orsinium and begins to fighting for its independence, and the 5-year war ends. Into the 5th century. There's a lot here, bear with me. The 6th House takes over Kagurun. The ancient Dwemer fortress of Kagurun on Vardenfell is occupied and fortified as an advanced base for the 6th House, whose operations have been growing in strength over the course of the era. Blight storms, a particular... Think like the difference in between like poison in Dark Souls and like deadly poison. Like this is like normal disease, blight. Blight storms become more frequent and widespread. Soul sickness spreads in regions close to the Red Mountain. Prince Argatho of Sentinel disappears. He is rumored to have been kidnapped by the Underking. Nufaga finds the Mantella. Nufaga of Daggerfall finds the exact location of the Mantella, the heart of the Numidium. The War of Bettany between Daggerfall of High Rock and Sentinel of Hammerfell begins, and the death of Lathandras, King of Daggerfall, ends the Bettany War. Cameron, the King of Sentinel and husband to Queen Arathaki, dies. The War of Bettany is written. Volper Newgate writes his pro-Daggerfall account of the War of Bettany. Investigation into murder. Another mysterious character is sent by Uriel Septim VII to investigate the death of King Lysandras and find the missing letter the Emperor sent to Queen of Daggerfall, Minsara. Lopper stalks slave traders, and here, according to the last scabbard of Akrash, 10 people are killed in connection to the Lopper, a vigilante targeting slavers in Tyr. The spread of the 6th House. The 6th House operations expand substantially. The 6th House is basically the front for Dagoth Ur and the source of a lot of Morrowind's ills. We'll get into it. So expands substantially. Its bases are founded in various places around Vardenfell. The 6th House operatives exploit smuggle operations and communications to their influence among victims unbalanced by Dagoth Ur's dream sendings. Fear grows among dissident priests. Rumors circulate in Morrowind that the Tribunal Temple will soon begin a crusade to stamp out dissidents in their ranks, and Azura's Star disappears. Azura's Star is purportedly sought and found by an adventurer who betrays his partner and uses the star to attain great wealth. The star disappears sometime in the months before the 8th of Sun's Dawn, and Vardenfell is open for settlement. A previously preserved administrated by the Tribunal Temple since the Treaty of Armistice, Vardenfell was largely uninhabited and underdeveloped. Vardenfell reorganized as an imperial provincial district after King Lathan of Morrowind revokes the centuries-old temple ban on trade and settlement. A flood of imperial colonists and great houses came to Vardenfell. This opens up the exploitation of valuable resources like malachite and ebony. So to be clear, like there were people in great house presences and all that stuff on Vardenfell, but it basically went through the goddamn roof because like it was mostly just Ashlanders and stuff. It was Ashlanders. It was maybe some House Giovanni presences, things of that nature. 6th House occupy every town in Vardenfell. It's later believed that the 6th House has at least a small cell in every town in Vardenfell, with larger operations concealed in remote dungeons. The Miracle of Peace, or the Warp in the West. A mysterious event takes place between the 9th and 11th of Frostfall, where 44 independent kingdoms, counties, baronies, and duchies surrounding the Ilic Bay condense into 4. Daggerfall, Sentinel, Wayrest, and Orsinium. So basically, remember how I said, like, there was some wild shit going on with the Dragon Break? Basically, the Warp in the West was basically the Dragon Break that consolidated all of the endings of Daggerfall into one continuous thing. That's basically it. The tribunal lose Kagranak's tools. Amalcia, Sothasil lose the artifacts Heating and Sunder to the minions of Dagoth during a battle of Red Mountain. Vec rescues them but fails to recover the artifacts. They retreat from Red Mountain in disorder and return to their respective capitals, continuing to perform their ritual functions, but soon stop appearing in public altogether. They grow weaker without access to the Heart of Lorcaj, and because of the resources required to support the Ghost Fence, basically the fucking thing around, basically the fucking fence that's around Red Mountain, preventing the blight from completely wiping out the rest of the island. The inner circle of the temple priests begins to suspect the tribunes have suffered seriously from wounds and demoralization in the wake of reverses at Red Wet Mountain, but do not recognize the scale of the problem. The Levitation Act is passed in 421. It was basically a rule that restricted the use of levitation magic. It basically the Levitation Act is basically the reason why you can't fly, and there's no flying magic in Oblivion and Skyrim, even though technically the reason why they did that is because it would have been a fucking nightmare mechanically if they did that. It just would have broken their game, so that's why they got rid of it. Greywyn Belethwyn founds the Crimson Scars. She's a member of the Dark Brotherhood that believes Sithis has ordered him to remove all non-vampires from the Dark Brotherhood. To achieve this goal, she founds the Crimson Scars. They are later killed by the Black Hand upon the discovery of Greywyn's plot. The MMA sinks. A ship called the MMA sinks in the Niben Bay shortly after a mutiny. Corvus Umbranux, Count of Anvil, disappears. The Prelude sinks. A ship called the Prelude sinks off the coast of Vardenfell, east of Vivek. There's a tax revolt in Balmora due to high imperial tax rates and tariffs on trade. The people of Balmora revolt. The revolt is forcefully put down, but accounts of the event differ. Assassinations by the Sixth House of Imperial and Halalu supporters increase significantly, but so do sudden attacks by cultists and deranged victims of soul sickness. The Blight. The Morrowind government, already weakened in power over questions of authority, is further threatened by the reawakening of ancient curses of blight from the giant volcano Red Mountain. On the 16th of Lassie, the legendary Nerevarine arrives in Vardenfell by order of the Emperor, destined to kill Dagoth Ur and bring peace to Morrowind. The Mage's Guild discovers the translation key of the Dwemer language along with two simple texts. In the Dwarven Ruins of Vardenfell, a member of the Mage's Guild is tasked with recovering various blueprints of the various Dwemer ruins of Vardenfell. By accident, they find a translation key of the Dwemer language, along with simple texts like the Divine Metaphysics and the Egg of Time. After a loss of their divine powers, Alabexia of the Alm-C&B becomes insane and kills her fellow tribune Sothasil. The Nerevarine reforges Inderal Nerevar's blade, the True Flame, and uses it to kill the mortal Alamexia in the Clockwork City. As the Blood Moon prophecy happens, as a prophecy foretold, the Daedric Prince Hircine performs a ritual hunt on the frozen island of Stolsheim, as he does once every era. The Nerevarine is chosen to play a part in it, and ultimately defeats Hircine at his own game. King Helseth being the son of Queen Berenzia and Sisymaicus, outlaws slavery in Morrowind, causing unrest in the houses of Inderal and Redoran to stage a revolution. They lose, thank God. Changes in the Mage's Guild. Archmage Hannibal Trevin institutes substantial reforms for the Mage's Guild. This includes, I think, outlawing necromancy, or that might actually come later. Dawnfang and Dustfang are discovered. A group of adventurers in the Colovian Heights find the Akaviri swords Dawnfang and Dustfang in an allayed ruin. Dawnfang, Dustfang is like one sword that just swaps depending on if it's night or day. The Knights of the Thorn, the son of the Count of Shadenhall and his friends begin adventuring as the Knights of the Thorn. The third edition of Pocket Guide to the Empire is published, and the Imperial Geographic Society publishes the third edition to reflect the large changes that have taken place since the second edition, especially following the warp in the West. It was commissioned and promulgated under the authority of Emperor Uriel Septim VII. 5 years after its founding, the population of Raven Rock and Solstheim totals over 30 people, all of whom are dependent on the ebony mine. We get to 433. This is the Oblivion Crisis. This is where we're getting to the end of the Third Era. On the 27th of Last Seed, Emperor Uriel Septim VII and his heirs are murdered by the Mythic Dawn, a secret cult devoted to Mehrunes Dagon. Oblivion gates open all over Tamriel as Dagon begins to invade the mortal plane. Kvatch is destroyed, and in Black March the Hiss, which have foreseen this crisis, calls all Argonians from across the Empire back to Black March, led by Anzil, who was the Anzili. The Anzil are a political party in Black March. Basically, they were the Black Marshy independence movement. The Argonians' armies defeated the invading Daedra. I'm going to be honest. The shit that the Argonians did during the Oblivion Crisis is bad fucking ass, and I need to talk about it in another video. The Crystal Tower in Somerset Isles is destroyed by Daedra. Alderaan in Vardenfell is also sacked, and Solstheim goes remarkably unscathed. There is no record of Oblivion Gates opening on the island, and the Daedric invasion of Tamriel is ended after the Battle of Bruma during the Battle of the Imperial City. Martin Septim, the last of Uriel Septim's children, who was sequestered away safely, escorted by the hero of Kvatch, transforms into the avatar of Akatosh and defeats Mehrunes Dagon, ending the Third Era. All of this happens in the third year. There's still Count Corvus Umbernox of Anvil. There's some shit to go on. Hold on. After 10 years, Corvus Umbernox returns to his wife in Anvil. A new Grey Fox leads the Thieves Guild, and history is rewritten by use of an Elder Scroll, and the Cyrodiilic branch of the guild flourishes. Mannimarco, the King of Worms, falls in a duel in the Jural Mountains against a Mages Guild's Archmage with the help of previous Archmage Hannibal Travid. The Blackwood Company is destroyed by the Fighters Guild. The purification of the Dark Brotherhood commences. Internal strife caused by a traitorous speaker results in the assassination of half the Black Hand and the decimation of the Chainfall Sanctuary. The Night Mother appoints a new listener after the traitor is killed. The reformation of the Knights of the Nine also occurs following a Daedric attack on clergymen. An unknown pilgrim receives the vision of Paladin Whitestrike, reunites the Crusader relics, and reorganizes the Knights of the Nine. Lastly, the Grey March. Remember earlier how I talked about Sheogorath was originally Jiggalag and turned into Sheogorath? Well, apparently as a kind of a fuck you to Jiggalag and Sheogorath, because they found Sheogorath annoying too, is at the end of every era, Sheogorath reverts back into Jiggalag. And the entire plane of existence that Sheogorath just spent the last, however many thousand years that he's been working on it, it just gets destroyed by his alternative self. And then after the new era starts again, he gets reverted back, and now he has to go build everything from scratch again. And he hates that shit. So he did something different. In the lead up to the Grey March, a portal to the Shivering Isle opens in the Niben Bay, and the Daedric Prince Sheogorath's curse is broken, allowing him to remain as Jiggalag. The way he did this was he replaced himself. He had a new entity sit on the throne of the Shivering Isles, therefore breaking Sheogorath's curse, making him remain as Jiggalag, and then the new god of madness, who is your character that you play as in Oblivion, the hero of Kvatch who just saved the fucking Empire, now reigns as Sheogorath in the Shivering Isles, and Jiggalag is able to go off and do whatever the fuck else he wants to do in whatever part of Oblivion he decides. But yeah, that's basically it. The Mad God's Mantle. And that's the third era. I need to go drink some water. My throat hurts. And lo, ladies and gentlemen, we are almost to the modern day. The fourth era. Sheesh. Quite a different thing. Things are not great in Tamriel right now for the Empire, but we'll get into the why, shall we? So, with Martin Septim sacrificed by becoming a avatar of Akatosh and defeating Mirrod's Dagon during the Oblivion Crisis. The Fourth Era begins with no emperor on the throne of Tamriel. Granted, the pact between Akatosh and the Emperor and the Emperors of Mankind here, with Martin's sacrifice, he basically permanently made the barrier and reconstituted it, and that's never going to be an issue again, like as badly, like a bunch of people fucking dying, like a bunch of like they're not being in like the Dragonfires lit. The Dragonfires are basically lit permanently, therefore no longer Oblivion incursions are significantly less likely to happen at this point, at least no more than they were beforehand. It's just now there's not a fucking emperor protecting the entire, like the necessity of a human emperor on the throne preventing hell from unfolding. But that little tidbit also led to international instability for a variety of reasons. Let's get into it. 5 years after the end of the High Chancellor Octo, the Elder Council, and the Blades all try to maintain order, but provinces, start having dissident groups, independence movements, things of that nature, and they take advantage of the Empire's weak state. They're also very mad that the Empire basically brought all of its forces back into Cyrodiil to fight the Oblivion Crisis, and basically left most of the other provinces hung out to fucking dry. During the year 5, the Red Year happens. Red Mountain erupts, and Vardenfell is devastated by natural disasters. Remember Dagoth and all that stuff from the Sixth House? Well, after the Nerevarine slayed him, 6 years before the events of the Oblivion Crisis, 6 years before the end, when he was in Morrowind, he also he also basically took the heart of Lorcaj with him, and went on a expedition to Akavir. And so Vivek, being the last of the tribunal that was basically alive, his other twin gods, or his other god friends are dead. He doesn't have power anymore, and remember that giant fucking meteor that Sheogorath just went to fuck with him and shit. He didn't have the power to keep that up anymore, and the Ordinator, the temple that worshipped him, basically turned it into a fucking sky prison called the Ministry of Truth. Well, in his Vivek just fucks off and vanishes, and as a result of that, the Ministry of Truth becomes unstable, and Wuhan, who was basically the Lord of Umbral, which was this floating city. He creates an Ignatium, and Ignatium is basically a fucking device powered by souls, created by making a pact with Calavicus Vile, and he uses it to hold the fucking rock up. Unfortunately, a guy named Soul, who was the hero of a novel, stops him, destroys the Ignatium, and it crashes into the city. It crashes into the city of Vivek with all the originally had. The impact, basically, just zooming in right here. If you guys, where my cursor is on screen, Vivek City was right here, basically. Balmora is over here, and this entire landmass is basically the volcano Red Mountain. It's more prominent the closer you get to it, but it's all part of the volcano. And having a rock an eighth the size of a moon hit a fucking, like, volcano is not good, and it blows the fuck up. This leads to the beginning of, this is the first event of many that basically lead to the, end of, like, dark elven culture supremacy in the region. Obviously, like, the dark elves still control most of Morrowind, but, like, the as a people, they are absolutely weakened, and there's a generally very large dark elven diaspora in the surrounding Mead Empire and Skyrim and stuff like that. The Empire begins to collapse. Argonians invade Morrowind. From going down here in they basically invade up House Dress territory, because House Dress was the ones that traditionally were enslaving them, and they sacked Mournhold in waves that like, just with a brutality and with waves of just the peoples that are just fed the fuck up of being enslaved. The rogue Hist of Lilmoth, Blackbush also secedes from the Empire after the explosion of Red Mountain. They decimate House Dress. Outside of, like, they go up into House Telvanni territory and decimate most of House Telvanni. House Telvanni still retains a lot of presence in its place in its archipelago of Port Telvannis and in a single town in Solstheim. They still have their presence in northern Morrowind, relatively, but they are very much only propped up by the power of their remaining masters and archmagisters. They do get stopped by House Redoran. House Redoran comes to save the day. They push back the slavers of House Dress, just like how they did push back the Daedra of the Oblivion Crisis. And House Redoran becomes the resurgent power in Morrowind. The rogue Hist of Lilmoth appears, cutting itself off from its brethren. The Hist roots wind through the city's lower district, speaking only to the Anil Zeel and the Wild Ones. So, this is basically the effects of Umbral. Umbral is basically a giant floating rock city infested with giant bug people, and it basically was cutting a swath across across southern Tamriel. It was stopped. It was a whole novel. It's the whole thing. The rogue Hist of Lilmoth was basically wiped out by Umbral later on as a result of this. Potentate Octo, so High Chancellor Octo became the Potentate by Thalmor agents initiating the Storm Crown Interregnum. For the next 7 years, the Elder Council was fractured by petty infighting over the Ruby Throne, further weakening imperial power in the provinces. Also, in this state of, like, insecurity of the Empire, the fucking Hammerfell in the Bretons decide, hey, let's go sack Orsinium again for funsies, and they do exactly that. Many orc refugees flee east into Skyrim. Orsinium is once again rebuilt and relocated between Hammerfell and Skyrim, mainly because I think Skyrim Jarls and Lords are generally more forgiving of orcs than their Breton neighbors. The High King of Skyrim formally gives Solstheim to the Dunmer, primarily as a place of refugee after the wake of Red Mountain. Skyrim Nords generally don't like Dark Elves, but so you have to understand how fucking bad the Dark Elves have had it after this for him to give over a culturally, historically, large off Skyrim landmass to the Dummer, but so it was bad. And in 4th Era 17, Titus Mead, a Colovian warlord, captures the Imperial City and is crowned the new Emperor of Tamriel. Refugees Rest, which is basically a small ruined tower in East Windhelm, is to create a monument commemorating the struggle faced by the refugees fleeing Morrowind. Once a meeting place for refugees fleeing to Skyrim from Morrowind, Refugees' Rest is decreed by the Jarls of Skyrim as a monument to the struggle of those who fled their native home in Morrowind following the Red Year, and the Thalmor seize total control of Somerset Isle and rename it Alinor. So let's talk about the Thalmor real quick. So the Thalmor have existed for a while, and the Thalmor of today is very different. The Thalmor are evil, and I've talked about it in previous videos analyzing lore. Now, I know that the Thalmor just come off as like dickhead elves with like supremacist views, but I need you guys to understand why the Thalmor faction controlling High Elf, like Somerset, and most, if not all, of High Elven culture at this point, and in the direction of their peoples, is bad. And this is going to be more of a deviation than anything, just so you guys can sort of understand why the Thalmor are doing what they're doing. Especially since it's relevant now more so in the 4th era, since this is the closest we've had to like Skyrim, and the consequences of this is going to probably be apparent in the Elder Scrolls 6 when that comes out in circa 2028. The Thalmor, and I say this, and I'm not saying this as like a meme or a joke, are literally the fucking Ku Klux Klan of elves. They think that the human race is ugly, disgusting, and the only reason that they're not purging us en masse is because there's enough of us and there's enough men, kingdoms of men throughout Tamriel that united all at once, they can't beat it. They can't beat mankind, basically. And this is including the offshoots of, of fucking Yakuta and the Red Guards. Here's the thing. Remember how earlier in the video, during the Dawn era at the end, Ariel showed a handful of Aldmeri's people. Hey, I'm going to ascend and you can do it too. That handful of people took from that, we used to be gods. And we want to ascend. That has been the goal. That has been the goal of the furthest right, furthest extremist, furthest supremacist factions of High Elven society since the beginning of the Mythic era. And the problem with this is the natural and this is in lore, the natural conclusion of this is the mortal coil that they have is the reason they cannot ascend to Aetherius and return to being spirits, and godlike spirits that they used to be. And if you remember, the reason why most of the spirits, and not just the god, lost their divinity and all that shit, was because they gave their power to Lorkhaj, and this includes all manner of lesser spirits. These were the spirits, like the people that were crippled. These is what the old Elenfae were, until time happened, changed, and they became a peoples. So they believe, the Thalmor believe, that to have their people rightfully ascend to Aetherius and become gods the way they were supposed to be, before they lost their immortality and their divinity, they need to destroy Nirn. I am not fucking kidding. The reason why the Thalmor are invading the people of mankind is because A, they represent the mankind represents a walking, talking example of the god that, in their mind, stole their divinity from them. And also, they control most of the world, and they need access to the different pillars of creation that are spread across Tamriel. one of the things that wasn't really mentioned in the history is, like, the reason why they were trying to use the crystalline tower why Nocturnal was trying to use the crystalline tower in the Second Era to become an omnipresent being is because different towers all across Tamriel are kind of, like, rooted into the existence of Nirn itself. Like, they're power spots, basically, with, like, tall things built on top of them that allow them to be conduits for power. Like, they already have access to the power spot that's in Somerset. It's where the Crystal Tower used to be before the Daedra fucking destroyed it, but they've since been rebuilding it. Another one is the White Gold Tower. The White Gold Tower is another one of these power spots. Same thing with Adamantine Tower in High Rock, and the Throat of the World in Skyrim, and Red Mountain and and Red Mountain in Morrowind. And if you notice, to get access to these towers, these towers of creation, these pillars of creation, a lot of it's in people land, and so they get to kill a bunch of people and purge a bunch of rats, while also starting the process of disassembling reality. This is bad. And what you basically have is an allegory of, you basically have a death cult in charge of one of the largest and most powerful, that is culturally, both its leadership and the culture that influences the leadership is in different pockets, is in charge of the greatest, of like the most powerful military force on the continent, whose religious and beliefs make them view people that aren't them as lesser, and they're a death cult that wants to sacrifice untold millions for the purposes of ending the world so they can move on to a better afterlife. I know this is about Elder Scrolls, but I don't want to make references to, like, how, like, American evangelicals talk, like, want Jews to have control of all of Israel, regardless of Palestinians being killed and shit, just so they can start the rapture. It's like, basically the Thalmor, like, are trying to, like, fucking do a fucking Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood thing, where they're, like, trying to, like, kill a bunch of people and then use the land as justification for, like, a fucking ability to, like, just do a magic spell to end the world and shit. They're like, they just seem like dickhead owls in Skyrim, but, like, their actual lore behind them is so fucking insidious, it's terrifying. And I felt like it was really important for me to go into how fucking evil these people are, that, like, the Stormcloaks are bad, the Empire is bad, like, they're not democracies, they're all bad. These guys are evil. They're, like, Ku Klux Klan times 100. Like, some shit out of, like, Team America type of shit. So, take that knowledge going forward so you can understand, so you at least understand why they are doing the fuck shit they are about to do in the Second Era. Basically, Somerset Isles got taken over by ethno-nationalists, and they're trying to do an ethnic cleansing. That's basically the whole point of what a lot of the shit that's about to happen between the Thalmor and the Empire. Just wanted to give you this preface. Alright? Okay. Back to this. The Thalmor seize control of the Somerset Isle and rename it Alinor. Prince Aberys Mead is born, and the Almeri Dominion is recreated after Alinor and Valuwood proclaim a union and connect in all contact with the Empire severed. The union comes out after a Thalmor-backed coup overthrows Valuwood's government, and the Empire and his Bosmer allies in the Imperial-backed government are caught off guard and defeated by a better-prepared Bosmer Thalmor troops following the coup. The Dominion severs all contact with the Empire and is silent for the next 70 years. Most Imperial scholars believe this was some sort of internal strife in Alinor during this period. Onig Hoinhart is born. and the death of Voldheim, a great warrior and resident of Windhelm. His son Durakt lit a candle above the hearth in his house in his honor, and as of the 4th era, 201, the candle is still burning for reasons unknown, and the house has become an inn, Candlehearth Hall. The Night of Green Fire occurs in Sentinel. Ultimate dissidents who had fled to Sentinel after the Thalmor and Alinor are attacked by Thalmor operatives. Their efforts to fight back against the Thalmor are in vain, and by the time the Imperial Legion soldiers arrive, the entire refugee district of the city has been destroyed. The event becomes known as the Night of Green Fire due to the destructive magic attacks employed by both sides. With Imperial influence waning in elsewhere, the Main is assassinated. The Main, by the way, I don't know if I've explained it because when I talked about elsewhere, he's basically the an allegory would be like imagine like a person born as a predestined ruler of a people's, not regardless of what the borders of the land. The Main is the cultural and spiritual guide of the Khajiiti people. It's like a good allegory would be like he's like the Dalai Lama for Buddhists in Tibet, basically. That's kind of the best allegory for it. The south of Elsewhere becomes engulfed in war, while in the north, an unknown potentate seizes control of Rimmon. Umbral, the floating series, appears on the coast of Blackmarsh, heading toward Morrowind. I already talked about that earlier. The Keepers of the Razor first appear in Imperial records. They're basically a group that tried to that were so pissed at Mehrunes Dagon for the Oblivion Crisis. They basically were trying to keep his weapon, his razor, the Mehrunes Razor, which has the ability to instantly kill somebody if cut, away from anybody who would use it. Barava Morvain, ruler of Solstheim, passes away, replaced by her son Lero. An unsuccessful attempt is made on the life of Lero Morvain as part of a plot masterminded by House Hlalu to take control of Solstheim from House Redoran. House Hlalu, because it was so in bed with the Empire in the aftermath of the Oblivion Crisis, was basically ousted and vilified, to the point where they lost all of their holdings and they were basically kicked to the fucking curb. And anybody who was part of House Hlalu was basically considered a commoner and had no status. Also, the Khajiit people got fucked because the Nirn's Moons, Master, and Secunda vanished for 2 years on what became known as the Void Knight. So, I don't think so. On top of the Khajiiti's caste system, who's in charge structure, going with the phases of the moon. I also didn't mention this. There's 14 different types of Khajiit. They're all Khajiit, and they all can interbreed with each other and have kids with each other. But it ranges from the normal Khajiits you see to slightly shorter ones to literal house cat looking ones to fucking beefy tiger looking motherfuckers to fucking slender tiger to fucking ones the size of elephants. The different types of Khajiits that are born are based on the phases of the moon, and if you were born under this phase, this is the type of Khajiit you will grow into. And it's a huge part of their lifestyle. And the Void Knights basically went away, and so, a lot of different types of Khajiits who were, integral to culturally, mechanically, functionally, all parts of society, gone. It is bad. Most of Khajiiti mages, up until that point, were of the little house cat variety, because the fucking house cat-sized ones, are really good at magic for some reason, but they just... Only, the human-looking ones started spawning. And so, you gotta remember, all of Khajiiti society was engulfed around the moon. Their caste system, their worship, their calendars, their caste system, their fucking ability to birth people into their society, all centered around the moon, and gone. And nobody fucking knows why. At the beginning of the 2nd century, Artaeum disappears again. And the Sigil Orders were like, oh, this is fucked. Deuces. The Void Knights end after 2 years. Thank God. But here's the thing. The Thalmor take credit for bringing the moons back. And the Khajiit, thinking they're savers and tired of Imperial influence because they did fuck all to help, Elsewhere starts leaning towards the the Thalmor and the Elsewhere Confederacy of all the Elsewhere states becomes two kingdoms of Anequia and Palatine, and then the Aldmeri Dominion accepts them as client states. Because there's just... because, oh my god, our fucking gods disappeared! Oh my god, they're back! And the Thalmor did it? We love you! So that's basically what happened, and so now we're in the third Aldmeri Dominion, which is culturally, in which instead of like being run by like Queen Oren in the second era, where a little fucking patronizing, they wanted to go forth about like elven supremacy and control over the continent, but like very much a collaborative, open effort with other races when possible, is now basically run by like clansmen, but it's like basically clansman utopia at this point. So the third Aldmeri Dominion is fucked. Not like fucked in terms of like morally and politically. Militarily, it's very powerful. Meanwhile, most of Winterhold collapses into the sea. Because of the Great Collapse, the Sea of Ghosts basically rises up and eats most of Winterhold. The citizens blame College of Winterhold due to it remaining unscathed. College denies it, theorizing the collapse is tied to the destruction of the Vect and the eruption of White Mountain. Because of course it is, because if you have a fucking thing the size of a small moon hitting like a fucking oceanic part of the continent, like that's gonna send shockwaves. It's gonna make the sea rise. And that's exactly what happened. Riften is raised during an uprising against the Jarl. Citizens rebel and burn Hogsgun's castle to the ground with him inside, but the fire spreads to the rest of the city. Riften is rebuilt over the next 5 years, but remains little more than a glorified fortress of wooden structures and rough stonework compared to the sprawling city of old. Lyriel Morvain uses his personal wealth to repair the bulwark, the big fucking wall on the side of Raven Rock and Soulside, a barricade to protect Raven Rock from ash storms. A small force of Argonians land on the island of Soulside, bent on destruction. They are repelled by the Veteran Guard under Lyriel Morvain. Skald Fieldglyph becomes the Jarl of Dawnstar. His father dies on the battlefield, leaving a teenage Skald to rule the city. Skald's still in charge at this point, by the way, come in the fourth era. He's old as dirt. Emperor Titus Mede II ascends to the throne. The Empire is now a shadow of his former glory. Valenwood and elsewhere have been ceded to the Thalmor. Blackmarsh has been lost to Imperial rule since the Oblivion Crisis, and Morrowind is yet to fully recover from the eruption of Red Mountain. Hammerfell is plagued by infighting between the Crown and the Forebearer factions, and only High Rock, Cyrodiil, and Skyrim remain prosperous and peaceful. But not for long. The residents of Blackridge are massacred by Captain Martus Silius and his soldiers. Blackridge being the I don't even think we have anything on that. Ignore I said that. It doesn't even matter. The Great War begins in 171. The Great War begins with the armies of the Aldmeri Dominion invading the imperial provinces of Hammerfell and Cyrodiil. After Titus II rejects an ultimatum to make massive concessions to the Thalmor, Aldmeri armies invade. An army led by Thalmor General Lord Narafin emerges from the hidden camps of northern Elsewhere and assaults southern Cyrodiil. Flanking Imperial defenses along the Valenwood border, Leowind falls to the invaders and Bravel is surrounded and besieged. Simultaneously, an army under Lady Aranella crosses western Cyrodiil, bypassing Anvil and Kvatch and entering Hammerfell. This army is joined by smaller forces landing on Hammerfell's coast. Imperial troops are forced into retreat across the Alakir Desert in an event known as the March of Thirst. The Imperial city gets sacked by Aldmeri forces. Titus flees north from the city, smashing through the surrounding Aldmeri forces with his main army and linking up with reinforcements south of Skyrim under General Jana. The Imperial city falls to the invaders, the Imperial palace is burned, the White Gold Tower is looted, and the Aldmeri commit many atrocities against the defenseless populace. The Reachmen rebel in the chaos and take over the Reach, with the Empire's fighting against Thalmor. Markarth is left undefended. The Reachmen take the opportunity to overthrow the Nords of the Reach, retaking the Reach easily, and the changeover was also, by the way, relatively peaceful, with only a few of the harshest Nord landowners being put to death. The Battle of Red Ring results in the complete destruction of the main Aldmeri force in Cyrodiil, a victory for the Empire precipitating the end of the Great War. The Imperial city is retaken, and Titus II's decision to withdraw from it the previous year is vindicated. Despite this resounding victory, however, the Empire is exhausted and unable to continue the war. Realizing this, Titus II seeks to negotiate with the Old Mary Dominion to end the war, and the Elder Scrolls all mysteriously disappear from the Imperial Library. So, the Elder Scrolls, which is what this game is named out of, they're basically like scrolls that are godlike. They have incredible powers. They can do wild shit. They can tell the future. They have a lot of information. They have weird powers that they can fire moonbeams. They basically the giant fuck off mulligan that can do anything you need. And they were all mostly were in the Imperial Library until the city got sacked and they just vanished because they're magic and they just do that. Members of the Cult of the Ancestor Moth, the people who were trained to read them and study them, go out to search for them. The Great War ends in 175 with the White Gold Concordat. A peace treaty between the Empire and the All-Mary Dominion gives the Thalmor free reign to stamp out worship of Talos throughout the Empire and siege a large section of southern Hammerfell. Critics note that these terms are almost identical to the ultimatum that Titus II rejected at the start of the war. I have other videos on why the outlawing of Talos worship and why letting your enemies just stamp out your. I already did a video on it. I don't need to go into it here. Thalmor bad, Thalmor bad, Thalmor bad. I already explained that. Hammerfell leaves the Empire after rejecting the White Gold Concordat. Titus II renounces Hammerfell as a province of the Empire to preserve the treaty after the Red Guards opposed ceding their lands. The Red Guys see this as a betrayal, and a lasting bitterness between Hammerfell and the Empire is sown to the delight of the Thalmor. Hammerfell continues to war against the All-Mary Dominion for the next 5 years. Ulfric Stormcloak retakes the Reach, instigating the Markarth incident. Skyrim and the son of the deposed Jarl, the Reach promise Ulfric Stormcloak free worship of Talos in exchange for retaking the province. Ulfric forms a Nord militia, crushes the Reachmen at Markarth with the aid of his Thum, the ability to shout like a dragon. Basically, it's the shit that the fucking Nord warriors used to overthrow the fucking dragon cult way back in the Mythic era. Survivors flee into the wilds, forming a group called the Forsworn. After the Empire reestablishes control over the Reach, Ulfric is arrested when the Thalmor discover the open worship of Talos. Ulfric and his men are eventually released, but the incident kindles what will become the Stormcloak Rebellion. Gallius Decimus, the guildmaster of the Thieves Guild, is murdered by Mercer Frey. Crescius, an Imperial treasure hunter, claims Umbria within Champion's Rest, and the Second Treaty of Stros signed, having been fought to a standstill by the Red Guards, the All-Mary Dominion withdraws from Hammerfell. Semiril the Lightbringer returns. My bad. Also known as King Semiril the Undying, also is referred to as Sorcerer King or Lich, is a powerful Allayed Lich and necromancer who seeks to rule Tamriel and ultimately destroy Nirn. In the First Era, he ruled his domain in Cyrodiil as king. He is freed from imprisonment and returns as an undead lich hellbent on destroying the world. He is defeated in single combat and sealed within the abyss by a hero known only as the Warrior. That is from the what game is that even from? Hold on. Pause. Oh. What fucking game is this from? Oh, Elder Scrolls Blades. Of course, I'm stupid. Sorry about that. We are in the ebony mines of Raven Rock are completely exhausted, and the colony turns to hunting and fishing for sustenance. Makes sense. That becomes difficult as the ash continues. There's not it's hard to eat ash hoppers all the time, and fish can't really survive in the ash-laden seawater, so it's kind of rough. Wayrest falls to Corsairs. Corsairs seize Wayrest and raid the Dark Brotherhood Sanctuary there, destroying it, and Bravel erupts into violence. A war of control being waged by Cyrodiil's two largest scuba traffickers leads to a violent fight within the city. The Lucky Old Lady statue is destroyed in the fighting. The Night Mother's crypt is raided, and Elaslaine Dupree, Lister of the Dark Brotherhood, is killed defending it. the Night Mother's remains would later come into the care of one Cicero. Lastly, the ruminations on the Elder Scrolls are published by Septimus Signus. Here in the 3rd century of the 4th era, 201st year, we are getting into the opening. We are getting into the opening, the year basically that Skyrim happens. Although it's a little earlier. Torrig, High King of Skyrim, is killed by Jarl Ulfric Stormcloak of Windhelm and Solitude, and the Stormcloak Rebellion begins. The people of Skyrim become divided between the Stormcloaks, led by Jarl Ulfric Stormcloak, and the Imperial Legion, commanded by military governor General Tullius. The Stormcloaks believe the Nordic way of life is at risk, while the Imperials believe Skyrim is part of the Empire and must follow its laws and customs. On the 17th of last seed, Alduin the World Eater destroys the town of Helgen, heralding the return of dragons and the end of the world. The last Dragonborn is revealed after slaying the dragon Mulmanir, who is threatening the city of Whiterun. The last Dragonborn defeats Alduin and Sovngarde with the help of the spirits of Fildir the Old, Gormleth the Golden Hilt, and Hakon the One-Eye. Dragons remain in Skyrim, but with no leader are scattered and sparse. It is hinted that Alduin was not utterly destroyed, and his soul may exist to return at the end times to devour the world. Paarthurnax may still be alive, attempting to teach the remaining dragons of the Way of the Voice to overcome their nature to dominate. The last known remaining sanctuary of the Brotherhood, Dark Brothers, attacked by the Penitus Oculatus and loses many of its members during a plot to assassinate Emperor Titus Mede II, who does get killed. His death is disputed, but one rumor states he was killed by a surviving member of the Dark Brotherhood during a trip to Skyrim. The city of Winterhold and the College of Winterhold and the city of Winterhold are saved from a Thalmor plot. A Thalmor agent, Arcano, attempts to draw power from an ancient artifact called the Eye of Magnus, discovered by an expedition into the ancient ruins of Tharthal, the same place that was that triggered Ysgrimor's scouring of the Snow Elves back during the Mythic era. After killing the college leader and almost destroying the city of Winterhold, Arcano was killed by a member of the college who uses the Staff of Magic to contain the Eye's power. The Eye is secured by members of the Sigil Order who have foreseen Arcano's plot. The Thieves Guild in Skyrim is restored to its former glory. The Companions resemble Wuthrod and use the weapon to free their harbinger called Whitemane from the Curse of Hircine. An ancient vampire group known as the Dawn Guard is reformed to fight a growing threat of vampires in Skyrim. Lord Harkon of the Valkar vampire clan seeks Elder Scrolls in order to discover the location of Ariel's bow, which is the means to blot out the sun. Ariel's bow is found, and Harkon is slain. Mirak, the first Dragonborn, reawakens on Solstheim after being intercepted by cultists. The last Dragonborn travels to the Isle of Solstheim to be challenged by Mirak. The last Dragonborn defeats Mirak after gaining the forbidden knowledge of Apocrypha. A new section of mine is found in Raven Rock, and prosperity is given back to account. Lyrel Morvain's life has been had a second attempt on House Halalu and was thwarted, and the Mechanical Heart finishes construction. The Mechanical Heart finishes construction 107 years after the death of Sophasil. The heart powered the Clockwork City during its development and after its completion. Mekadar, a former Clockwork Apostle who was exiled from this Clockwork City for his inhumane experiments, sets out to retrieve Balthazar's Mazed Bane to return to the city to continue his research on creating a perfect life form and carry out his plan. He was slain by the Forgotten Hero. The state of the current Clockwork City is unknown, as reports conflict. One rumor saying that the city was destroyed with its inhabitants leaving, another saying that the city survived. A reformed cell of the Mythic Dawn under leadership of Vonos is successful at bypassing the liminal barrier with an Oblivion Gate. By choosing a specific site where the liminal barrier was particularly weak, using the shattered remains of Oblivion Gates to assemble and do them by hand, multiple human sacrifices, and waiting for the Civil War to weaken the liminal barriers further, and finally tricking a child of Akatosh into striking him down while he possessed an incredibly rare giant Welkenart stone, Vonos managed to open a single Oblivion Gate from Eruz Dagon. The Dragonborn managed to defeat the siege force on the other side of the gate, and the Vigil of Sindar secured the site. Lot of stuff going on. Also, who was the forgotten hero who helped them with that? Forgotten Hero. Elder Scrolls Legends. Okay, so the mechanical heart and all that stuff, that's like the macro plot of Elder Scrolls Legends. I did not know that, and that's pretty cool. So, ladies and gentlemen, you have been effectively caught up from the beginning of creation to now, have gotten an abridged version, mostly, of everything that's happened in the Elder Scrolls universe. Oh my god, I can feel it in my throat. I'm going to lose my voice tomorrow, I know it. That is the Elder Scrolls. I am sweaty, it's hot, and I need to go eat something and lay down. Please, if you made it to this far in the video, I am so thankful for you. You're awesome. Thank you for my 4 hours of watch time. You're a godsend. And please send this to all your friends. I really want to make you two partner. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Props to you for sticking through this whole fucking thing. I love your fucking face. And I will see you next time. Have a good one, everybody.